Alright. Alright. Let's get right into it. Welcome to the stream. I'm back from my 2-day break, and I'm alive after a super late night. I didn't even get back after a concert last night, which was super fun. Magdalena Bay. Great concert with friends. I got back super late last night after the drive home. And I'm saying all this because originally I intended to start this stream on Saturday now. If you're watching the VOD, this is on a Saturday, much earlier in the day. Now we're having to play just a little bit fast and loose here with the schedule. In a perfect world, I think we would be able to finish this arc today. And I still think we can, but I don't know if I'm going to be summoned somewhere else. My attention as far as like later in the day, we're starting like mid-afternoon. I don't know if I said that to start. I don't know if we're going to play more games than Higurashi today. We're kind of on a crunch deadline over these next 3 days. I'm slightly losing my voice from screaming last night. My hearing feels a little wonky. Even hearing my own voice inside my head here on stream sounds a little off for whatever reason. I'm sure I'm fine. I'm sure I'm not dying. I'm sure I didn't kill my hearing ability too bad. But yeah, we're going to start. Like I said, today we're playing a little fast and loose with the schedule as far as stream. I don't know if we'll just be... We might not finish this arc like I originally intended to today, although I'm going to try very hard. We're going to get right into it here in a sec. I don't know if we're going to then play more games into the night over today and tomorrow and Monday, though. There's like 2 or 3 games that I really want to like get to and finish, basically. We're kind of, like I said, in a perfect world, in a schedule crunch to finish some things by like midweek next week is really the goal. For two big reasons, but we'll get to those later. So we're going to go right into it. We're going to read. Again, apologies if I sound weird, either because slight voice loss maybe, or because I hear myself slightly differently this afternoon that I only picked up really on once I had my headphones in to hear my own voice. Something sounds off. You know what I mean? Something sounds off. So I got to bed really late last night. It might as well have been morning by the time I actually got to bed. And then I woke up obviously really late today, and by the time I was actually like going, you know, I'm a fucking old man at this point. I'm 62. Grandpa here, up late last night at a Magdalena Bay concert with friends, way past his normal bedtime, then makes the drive home from Austin to San Antonio, so it's even longer. Got like that hour and a half drive from concert venue to home. Who let their grandpa out and about late on a Friday night? Am I gonna regret it? Actually, I don't feel that bad. That's the thing. Like, I was overall through the whole night, because it was a long night, long concert night, I was like, oh, my legs, my feet are sore. Like, in the moment, I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna feel sore the next day. I don't actually feel that bad. It's just I probably feel or sound bad, you know? Maybe. Can't sound much worse than I normally do on a Higurashi reading stream, though, right? There's not much more you can go down. Anyway, I digress. In a perfect world, I view 2 things happening. No, I view 3 things happening today on stream. We either, 1, finish this arc in a decent time, and we call it a smallish Saturday stream. Maybe we finish it in 3, 4, 5 hours if we're pushing it, and we go, great. We dust ourselves off, and we come back tomorrow and Monday for longer streams. Or we start reading. It's a struggle to read. Always a possibility, because I'm bad at reading. We don't finish this arc today. We dust ourselves off, and then we just say, we'll finish it tomorrow and other stuff tomorrow. Or We feel like we get a second wind, basically. We finish this arc today, and we're like, you know what? In 3 or 4 or 5 hours, and then we're like, let's keep playing into the night. And then we play something else that we need to finish over these next 3 days. Those are basically our possibilities. Let's go. No way to tell what's going to happen unless you're a VOD watcher, and you can predict the future. Or you see the future laid out, I guess I should say. But if you're watching live, it's like a mystery. The sky that day was covered in thick clouds since morning, making it dark as dusk. I rolled over in the futon Uka had covertly brought to the secret room in the ritual storehouse. The air felt so humid it was like it was coiling around my skin, as expected of the rainy season. It seemed the rain had stopped for now, but it didn't seem like the weather itself had improved. It's like it would likely rain again. Talk about terrible weather. My eyes were open, but I quickly closed them and crawled under the covers. I couldn't be blamed for just spending all day in bed on a day like this. It was with that thought I started to fall asleep again. But just then... Hanyu! Please wake up, we got trouble! Huh? I got right up when I heard Oka rushing into the ritual storehouse in a panic for once. She never forced me awake like this before, so I was somewhat disoriented and even slurred my speech for a second. What's the matter? Did something happen? It's the medicine. The medicine stored in the warehouse is gone. Alright, yeah, I remember. So last stream, it was having to, like, take out that demon that had, I assume, taken over the guy, Riku. And then I mean Hanyu being like, you know what? I am a god and I will help you with this medicine shit for the village. Because, whatever. You know, those were basically the things. That's basically, that's how I would sum it up. I disagreed with it, but it's fine. Maybe I'm in the minority. Huh? I'm sorry for disturbing you so early. Anyway, come with me. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I meant to, before I start stream, get a cup of caffeine with me, and I forgot to grab that out of the fridge, so give me, like, just a sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about all that. I'm scrambling today. I'm all over the place. Obviously, woke up or late. I was panicking. I was like trying to squeeze in some laundry when I first woke up, and I was showering and all that, and the scatterbrainness is all over the place, for sure. Alright, let's focus. Sorry about that. Hanyu says, alright. I left the ritual storehouse at Uka's urging, still not fully awake, and followed her to a small wooden warehouse in the forest. I looked in through the open door. The radishes harvested last week were a bit disorganized, but other than that, there were no particular signs that the place had been ransacked. But, just as Ouka said, there seemed to be one less chest with the Furude family crest on it than I saw when the place was cleaned a few days ago. Seems you're right. Yes. When I unlocked the door and went in, I couldn't find the chest with the medicine. I thought maybe I was imagining things, so I checked the other chests, but I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. Ouka gripped her collar as a look as gloomy as a cloudy sky appeared on her face. After seeing that expression, I furrowed my brow and bit my lip, unable to hide my discomfort. Ouka was raised with an honest personality, so she wasn't very used to crimes like this. It was only natural she'd be shaken up. However, Ouka was well respected in all of Onikafuchi village, and no one had ever been rude to her. So why now? Ouka. Are you sure you put the medicine I gave you here yesterday? Yes. We were planning to bring the medicine to the northern settlement tomorrow, so I put it right there. Oka said that and pointed to the floor a short distance away from the entrance. While there was nothing there, there were traces of a chest having been there. The chests were so heavy that no single adult could carry one, meaning there must have been multiple thieves. What do we do? The northern settlement still has many suffering from the illness. Also, I'm going to try to read with pace. I'm going to try not to make a ton of mistakes, but if it seems like I might be reading faster, or attempting to, that's why. We're like I said, we're playing fast and loose with the schedule here. We got things to do. Get on the boat with me. I'll try not to get onto many like side tangents either. No one likes those anyway. You know what I mean? Everyone's here just for me straight reading. All right, I understand. If we get this to them too late, you have no need to worry about the numbers. I'll manage to get enough by evening. But it's indeed strange that the whole chest is gone. I stepped inside to get a better feel for the state of the warehouse, my head now completely free of sleep. I crouched down and gently ran my hand across the floor. There was a rough sensation. I strained my eyes further to see that there were several disorderly footprints left behind that I hadn't noticed in the dark. This was a warehouse shared by the Furude, Kimiyoshi, and Sonozaki families. Every time one of them enters, they take off their sandals at the entrance and walk around in socks or their bare feet. They would never go in with their shoes on, so these footprints are almost certainly not theirs. There were lumps of mud and grass there, adding credibility to that theory. Signs that someone had walked on rainy earth. It started raining late last night, so the theft likely took place after that. Judging from the number of footprints in the path they took, probably 2. No, 3 people came in. All the tracks were large, so they were clearly adult men. Oh, those adult men. Oka. When was the last time you entered this warehouse? Before dinner? Oh, I cut her off. Shit, I hit the button. I literally was hovering my... That wasn't because I was trying to go fast. My hand, on my keyboard, I just rest my finger on the button. And I just, literally, my finger got heavy there. So, before dinner, I brought the mess in here as soon as I got them from you. And then Hanyu says, which means whoever did this apparently came in while it was raining late at night. Judging from how dry the mud is, it happened a little before dawn. Then, that's when it was stolen? I believe that is a natural assumption. Though it's a different story if the medicine and chests had the power to vanish and move on their own. Oka folded her arms in thought, clearly in no mood for my stupid joke. Then she seemingly regained some composure, looked at the warehouse floor, and spoke up once she learned there was barely any other footprints. There are essentially no signs of anything else being handled. Whoever did this must have found the medicine and taken it all out quickly. Which means... the thieves are after the medicine to begin with. That would indeed be the logical conclusion. You're right. Oka reluctantly nodded in understanding. It had been several months since then. The villagers revered Oka for saving the sick with the demon medicine, deepening their faith in Oishiro-sama. They'd already treated her as a living god for being the daughter of the priest couple who protected Onifuji village from the threat of the demons. So now that she'd added the eradication of this new threat to her name, Oka was truly treated as the second coming of Oishiro-sama. She truly is the Furude heir. She's a superhuman who has inherited Oishiro-sama's power. The villagers' praises knew no end, solidifying their faith in Onifuji's 3 families, along with the village unity the 3 provided the cornerstone for. Ouka continued, treating the villagers modestly and affectionately without a shred of arrogance, and gave out the demon medicine I made to all those suffering from the illness. Furthermore, she offered it free to the wealthy and poor alike. I was far too generous for religious service, but she said she just wanted to see the villagers happy, and accepted no payment beyond their thanks. Therefore, thanks to how efficient and available it was, the sick of Onigafuchi village was cured one after another, and their delighted families spread the word about Ouka and the demon medicine. And thus rumors spread not just through the neighboring villages, but the whole nation, and those who heard of it went to Ouka, astronomically increasing the demand for their medicine. Please give me some of the demon medicine. Can this save the people of my village? Ouka gladly accepted their pleas no matter who they were or where they'd come from, and promised to help out. However, due to its components, I couldn't make enough medicine to satisfy demand all at once. As such, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't make enough for everyone, and distribution gradually fell behind. God, they gotta get some, medicine makers. Some apothecaries, breaking down the components of this medicine and replicating it. Come on now. Chop chop! Despite that, demand for the demon medicine only kept growing with no end in sight. If anything, we were now even getting complaints about our slow response, which must have led to this theft. Still, what a headache. It's like that. This is why I was so against it in the first place when she was talking about it, and Ouka's like, please make the medicine for me and the villagers. We gotta fucking do this. And reluctantly, Hanyu was like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. Or didn't want to do it. And then she's like, you know what? I'll do it because you're our daughter, and I feel like a bad mom if I don't do this kind of thing for you because you're pleading so much. But imagine in a world, if you had the ability to reverse time just at will, you could go back and just not a crazy amount forward or backward, but just backward. And let's say it's restricted or whatever. Let's say it's a day even. Sometime if you could go back in time a day, and you can just reverse things to stop things from happening or change the course of history or whatever. Just a day. Let's say you had that ability, and then that people around the world knew that you had that ability to do that. Do you know how much trouble that would bring you? If anything small inconvenience to large happening ever happened in the world, people would immediately come to you and say, whether it's big reasons or personal reasons or whatever, they would come to you and be like, hey, you need to reverse this amount of time so that we can redo this. Do you know how constant that would be? Your life would be hell with people expecting you to always do it. So that's if you had that ability to do that, you would have to keep that thing a secret, because then the moment that comes out, people would be like, oh, you got to do this because, I don't know, I don't want to make up traumatic things, but if something bad happened or any little small thing happened, people would be knocking down your door, harassing you, being like, you got to fucking do it. It's the same thing here. It's the slippery slope thing. You make the medicine for this village, and then the village is like, oh shit, and then everyone in the surrounding area is like, oh shit, we got demon medicine. It's bad. This is why I was against it. That's all I'm saying. Tangent over. With this medicine so efficient and readily available, naturally everyone would jump at it. Still, it was pathetic how people were foolish enough to sink as low as stealing to get their hands on it. Humans were truly shallow creatures to be so attached to life that they'd readily abandon reason just to cling to it. And to make matters worse, they put themselves first and paid no mind to the trouble it caused us and the people who were originally supposed to receive the medicine. Not to be rude to Ouka, but it seemed to me that there were too many people who failed to understand her generosity when it came to this medicine, and that made me sick. Come to think of it, something suddenly struck out to me as odd. How had the thieves even gotten into the warehouse to begin with? Ouka.
先ほどあなたは鍵を開けて中に入ったら薬を入れた空びつが見当たらなくてと言いましたね。
Earlier, you said you unlocked the door and came in, and that's when you found the medicine chest missing, right?
ということは鍵は閉まっていたのですか?
So that means the door was locked?
ええ、それが?
Yes. What about it?
わかりませんか?
You don't understand?
賊は鍵を開けて、そして薬を盗み出してから再び鍵を閉めていったということです。
It means the thieves unlocked the door, stole the medicine, and then locked it again.
まさか.
You don't mean... Ouka's eyes and mouth widened when she saw what I was getting at, a truth very difficult for her to swallow.
一見したところ、ここの鍵は壊されていないし、 また乱暴に扱われた形跡もない。
From what I can tell, this lock is not broken, and there are no signs it was tampered with.
もしこじ開けられていれば、あなたが鍵を開けた時点で賊の侵入に気づいていたはずですからね。
If they had forced it open, you would have noticed the theft from the moment you unlocked the door.
しかし薬がないとあなたが分かったのは中に入ってからなので、扉はしっかり施錠されていたということになる。
But since you did not notice until you went inside, that means the door was properly locked.
つまり
So, in other words,
犯人は鍵を持っていたということ。
the culprits had a key?
大川は犯人であるはずがないので、まず対象外。
Can't possibly imagine you being the culprit, so that rules you out.
だとすれば、あなたの他にここの鍵は誰が持っていますか？
So in that case, who else besides you has a key for this warehouse?
それはもちろん。
Well, naturally that would be... Since this warehouse was jointly managed by the three families, there were two others besides Uka who had keys. In other words, Shino Kimiyoshi, head of the Kimiyoshi family, and Mao Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. Anyone could get in here with one of their keys.
羽生。
Hanyu?
つまり二人が今回の盗難に関わっていると、そういうの。
Are you saying those two are involved in the theft?
断定はできません。
I cannot say for sure,
ただ可能性が絶無でないことも確かです。
but neither can we rule out the possibility.
違いますか？
Am I wrong? Oka held her tongue and looked away, unable to counter that. Her expression spoke volumes to how much she didn't want to suspect two close acquaintances. Though, even I didn't want to do the same either, because that would mean suspecting my former friend, Shino. But I couldn't imagine from her personality that Shino would do this. It seemed practically impossible.
ならば一番怪しいのは
Then the most suspicious one is... The moment I looked up with that thought, Uka turned back to me at almost the same time, and we exchanged glances. It seemed we'd both reached the same conclusion, but each felt the complete opposite about it. Uka looked at me, as she bit her lip, and silently shook her head as if rebuking me. I understood. Really, I did. Uka truly didn't want to suspect either of them, so she couldn't believe it. However, life doesn't always go the way we want it to. If anything...
わかった。
Alright.
え？
Huh?
二人を呼び出して直接聞いてみるわ。
I'll call them both over and try asking them directly. Oh, it's interrogation time. How
それが
fun.
一番よね。
That would be for the best, right?
二人ともですか？
Both of them. This time, I was the one baffled by Uka's decision. It's true that I said either of them could be the culprit, but in all honesty, there's only one of them I found fishy.
せめてシノを先に呼び出して相談してみてはいかがですか？
Why don't you just call Shino over first and talk about it with her?
その後でマオを呼び出しても遅くはないと思います。
I do not believe it would be too late to call Mao over afterwards.
でもこのことは鬼ヶ淵村にとっても問題でしょ。
But this problem concerns the whole village, right?
盗んだ代物はさておいても村の中に賊が入り込んだのは間違いない。
Regardless of what exactly was stolen, the fact remains that we had a burglary in our midst.
だから御三家の当主が集まって今後の対処策を講じる。
So the heads of the three families should get together to discuss future countermeasures.
別に進め方としてはおかしくないと思うけど。
I believe that is a logical course of action. Don't you agree?
まあそれはそうですけれど。
Well, you may have a point, but she was right that it wouldn't be a meeting of three families if she met with them separately. And if the third somehow learned the two of them had been meeting behind her back, that would likely make things rocky. But since I know what kind of relationship those two have, I can't help but feel like it'd be putting a cat and a dog in the same boat.
大丈夫なのか？
Will it really be alright? Trying to resolve the issue too simply was likely to only create unnecessary quarreling, hence why I believed Uka should proceed cautiously.
羽生の心配していることもわかるわ。
I understand your concerns. But, said Uka with a gentle smile,
疑いってのは貯めれば貯めるほど膨らんでいくものでしょ。
doubt grows the more you let it pile up, right?
私はそれが嫌なの。
I don't want that.
だったらお互い単刀直入にぶつけてみてきちんと話し合う方がいい。
So we should all try being frank with each other and talk this through.
それに 情報が少ない上に相手がいない状況で話し合えば勝手な憶測にしかならないでしょ。
Besides, having a talk without one of the suspects present when we have so little information is just asking needlessly breed assumptions, isn't it?
しかし
But
私ね、決めたの。
I've made up my mind.
今まではずっと誰かに守られて自分だけのことしか見えていなかったけれど、
Up until
これか
now,
らは他の人のこともしっかり考えていこうって。
there's pauses there. Up until now, I've always been protected by others and and only ever thought of myself. But now I'm going to give others the proper thought they deserve.
もちろんそれは自分の見栄のためなんかじゃない。
That's not for my own vanity, of course.
相手の幸せを考えてね。
It's to make others happy, you see?
これを機会に御三家の問題も解決しておきたいの。
I'd like to use this opportunity to resolve the three families' problem as well.
だから羽生、私を信じて少しの間だけ見守っていてくれないかしら。
So, Hanyu, could you have faith in me and watch over me for a while?
そうか。
Okay.
それじゃあ早い方がいいわね。
Alright then. The sooner the better.
私二人をここに呼んでくるわ。
I'll go call for the two of them.
それまで羽生、一応倉庫を見張っておいてくれる？
Could you keep an eye on the warehouse, until then?
はい。
Huh? Yes. Oka thanked me before putting her sandals on and leaving the warehouse, grabbing a paper umbrella she'd left by the entrance as she took off.
大丈夫かな、オーカ。
Will this really work out, Oka? Oka had become so cheerful after the medicine saved the village that it was sometimes hard to believe they were the same person, and she'd grown proactive at the same time. I thought it was wonderful to have the will to try it with every fiber of your being to sincerely make a difference, but I couldn't help but worry when I saw her pushing herself so hard. Resolving the problem of the three families was easier said than done. That was something Oka herself should have been well aware of. I looked up at the sky. It looked like it would rain all day. I read that weird. I see.
それは確かに大変だったみたいね。
That is indeed a serious problem.
す
Meeting
みま
time.
せん、お母様。
I'm sorry, Mother,
急に呼び出してしまって。
for calling you out here on such sudden notice, I mean. Shino, acting head of the Kimiyoshi family, sighed as she wiped her damp hair. Her kimono was so wet that it soaked the floor cushions, but there wasn't even a single splash of mud on her feet or hem, as expected of a lady who represented the village. I quietly watched over them in my astral form. When I strained my ears, I could hear the rain that had been coming down since this morning intensify, the echoes of it pounding on the earth loudly resounding through the room.
私の管理責任です。
It's my fault. Supervising it was my duty.
もっと用心を心がけておくべきでした。
I should have been more
申し
careful.
訳ありません。
I should have been more careful. I'm sorry.
あなたが謝る必要はないわ。
You don't need to apologize.
賊ってのはその欲求を持ち続ける限り、どんなに堅固でも踏み入ってしまうものなのだから。
As long as the thief desires to steal, they'll break in no matter the defenses.
むしろあなたたちに怪我がなくて、それが何よりよ。
If anything, all that matters is that you and your family were not hurt.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
それより状況をもう少し詳しく教えてくれるかしら。
Now then, could you explain the situation in more detail?
はい。実は
Yes, you see... Oka gave Shino a simplified summary, and being the clever person she was, that was all it took for Shino to understand.
話は分かったわ。
I see the issue now.
つまり鍵が問題なのよね。
It's about the lock, right?
ええ、そうです。
Yes, right.
だけどそれだったらこの隣の小娘は一緒に呼ばない方が良かったんじゃないの？
But in that case, wouldn't it have been better for you to leave this brat here out of the discussion? Damn. Got him. Shino sent a detestable glance at the woman next to her, who accepted it with a snort and a cold expression. Perhaps since she'd gotten here earlier than Oka and Shino, her hair and kimono had already dried from the rain. This woman was Mao Sonozaki, the wife of the late Sonozaki family head who passed away a few years ago. She was 3 years Oka's senior and was running the family in all but name while raising her son, the successor, who was still a child.
あんたが来るって分かっていたら、私もこんなところまで足を運んだりしなかったさ。
I never would have come all this way if I'd known you'd be here.
変な言いがかりはやめておくれ。
Cut the false accusation crap, will you?
あら、おあいにくさま。
Oh my, how unfortunate for you.
私はこの子の義理の母親なんですから、大切なことを話し合うときにいない方が変でしょ。
I am this girl's mother-in-law, so it wouldn't do for me not to be present during an important discussion, wouldn't it? Would it?
むしろあなたこそ、一体何様のつもりでここにまかり越したのかしら。
If anything, I should be asking what gall you have to be here.
てめえ。
You little... Shino and Mao bared their displeasure as if they were glaring at each other. No, they actually were glaring at each other. I sighed when I saw that, thinking, here we go again. This Mao lady wasn't simply a member of the 3 families. She was just as close to Oka as Shino, and they trusted each other. If Shino was like Oka's mother, then Mao was like her older sister. Mao wasn't originally a member of the Sonozaki family. She was the only daughter of the boss of gangsters who ran a large inn town in these parts, and after a passionate love affair she'd had with the Sonozaki's successor when he fell for her at first sight, she married into the family. But, much to Oka's sorrow, these two didn't get along with each other at all. Even now there was a grim atmosphere in the room that made it awkward. Due to Mao's background and her being an outsider, she'd never been warmly received by the village elders. In particular, she and Shino had been at each other's throats ever since the latter interfered with their marriage. Old-ass Kimiyoshi. Sonozaki bitch. They curse each other without hesitation whenever they see each other and trade so many barbs that lately, Shino's been sending representatives to the village meetings and rarely shows in person. Oka mediated with these elders, putting in a good word for her mother-in-law Shino and favorably receiving her childhood friend Mao. As such, Mao opened her heart to Aoka and doted on her like sister. And Oka was just as important as Shino because it was thanks to the cooperation of her and her subordinates that the annual village festival ran so smoothly.
大川はよくやっている。
Oka is doing a good job. As I witnessed once again how much worse the relationship grew by the year, I couldn't help but think about how difficult it was to get incompatible people to work together. If anything, it was no small feat to mediate between them. If I was the one in Oka's shoes, I would have given up ages ago.
それにしても、
Still, though, a thought occurred to me. The Shino I knew was supposed to be relatively tolerant and understanding of outsiders, so why did she hate Mao so much? And something felt off about Oka, too. I like to think I understood well how kind she was, but why did she keep taking Mao's side, even against her own mother-in-law?
一体シノとオオカに何があったのだ。
Did something happen between Shino and Oka? I had constantly thought about asking Oka, but it was never important in the moment.
とりあえずお二人に確認します。
For now, I'd like to check with you both.
鍵の所在についてですが、
Where are your keys?
君吉家では私が管理しているわ。
I like this. I like some mystery. Let's get down to this mystery today. I supervise the Kimiyoshi key.
園崎家ではどうだか知らないけどね。
Not that I have any idea if the same can be said for the Sonozakis. Mao made a blatant, irritated expression at Shino's biting barb. The way Shino had said it hadn't been to question or confirm, but more akin to picking a fight.
回りくどい言い方だね。
Pretty sneaky choice of words there.
つまり、私たちの方が今回ヘマをやった。とでも言いたいのかい？
In other words, you want to say it's us who screwed up, don't you?
そうとまでは言っていないわ。
I never insinuate as much.
まあ、ヘマどころか盗み自体を働いた可能性も否定できないけどね。
Though I can't deny the possibility that you committed the theft yourself. Selves.
んだとこら！
You want to run that by me again?
お母様、
Mother.
私はお二人を疑うつもりでここにお呼びしたわけではありません。
I did not call you here because I suspect either of you.
繰り返しになりますが、今後のことを相談したくて来ていただいたのです。
I think it bears repeating that I want to discuss what we should do about this.
お願いします。
Please.
分かっているわ。
I understand.
ただ、鍵がなければ倉庫に入ることができない。
However, you need a key to get into the warehouse.
そして今回、族がその鍵を使用した可能性が高い。
And there's a high probability our thief used one of those keys.
だったら、そこをはっきりさせなくては。
So we need to clarify that.
それはもちろん。
Yes, of course.
確かにシノの言い分はもっともだ。
Shino does have a point. Rather than suspecting one another, it was important to ask about where their keys were and how they were used since they were related to the crime. That wasn't wrong. In other words, finding out who was negligent with their key, or finding out who gave their key to the thieves. If it were only a case of negligence, then that would be a management issue. A simple reprimand would be enough to resolve that. But, in a sense, the latter was a worst case scenario. Because regardless of who it was, it would mean someone Oka trusted had been deceiving her.
なのになんでオオカは二人を同時に呼び出したのだろう。
So why did Oka call for the both of them? Those two hated each other, so it's clear as day that bringing this up to both of them together would result in them suspecting one another. I know I keep saying this, but I felt it would have been better if she'd called them out individually. That way, it'd be much easier to ascertain the truth without rocking the boat.
園崎家でも鍵は私が管理しているよ。
Even I supervise my own family's key.
そして私しか知らない場所に厳重にしまっているから、もし誰かが持ち出せばすぐにわかる。
And it's secured in a location only I know, so I'd notice it right away if someone took it.
それは君吉家でも同じ。
The same goes for the Kimiyoshi family.
鍵のありかは亮も和也も知らないし、大岡にも教えていない。
Neither Ryu nor Kazuya know where it is stored, and I haven't told Uka.
もっともそちらさんの厳重というものがどの程度かは知りませんけれど。
Though I have no idea what your definition of secure is, that said,
どういう意味だ。
what are you getting at?
さあ、それはご随意に。
Well now, interpret it as you will.
そういえば巷ではこんな噂があるそうですね。
Come to think of it, there's this rumor I've been hearing. Shino took on Mao's rilled yell with a curt expression, speaking up as though she remembered something.
鬼ヶ淵村にはどんな病でも立ちどころに癒す神秘の薬がある。
Onigafuchi Village has a mysterious medicine that can cure any illness on the spot.
それさえあれば7代までも遊んで暮らせるほどの大金が手に入る。
By selling that, you could earn enough riches to live like a king for 7 lifetimes. Huh?
おい、何が言いたい。
Hey, what are you getting at?
仮にそういう噂があるとして、それがどうした。
So what if there's a rumor like that?
あなたのご実家のご評判は常々耳にしています。
I constantly hear about your father's reputation.
宿場町ではいろいろな商売の斡旋をやっていらしたそうですね。
It would seem his organization mediates with all sorts of businesses in that port town.
海産物、骨董品、そして薬。
Such as marine products, antiques, and medicine.
冗談じゃない。
Screw you!
私たちが王家の薬を売りさばいているって証拠でもあるのか。
You got some proof we've been peddling Uka's medicine? Mao pounded the floor and sidled up to Shino as if it were about to punch her any second, but Shino wasn't intimidated and continued as if she were teasing.
私もその先の人間がやったとは思っていませんよ。
No, I do not believe that the Sonozakis are behind it either.
ただ、あなたのご実家の組には任侠の人が数多くいると聞いています。
However, I have heard that there are many gangsters in your father's organization.
その中には世間様からあぶれて大小の罪を働いた方もおられるとのこと。
It is said that some of them are social outcasts who have committed crimes of all scales.
ならば中には一攫千金に目がくらんで道を外す人が出ても不思議ではない。
So it wouldn't be unusual if one of them jumped at an opportunity to get rich quick.
勝手なことを言うな。
Think before you speak, will you?
私の組の連中は素性と素行で多少誤解も受けることもあったけど、みんなお天道様に顔向けできる人間になろうとまっとうに生きている奴らだ。
The people in my organization are often misunderstood because of their background and behavior, but they're all trying to live honest lives with nothing to be ashamed of.
少なくとも盗んだものを売りさばいて小金を手にするなんて真似、私の親父が許すものか。
I just love Uka's blank expression as she just imagines staring at the two of them fighting. At the very least, there's no way in hell my old man would allow anyone to make a killing off stolen goods.
身内に対して目が緩くなるのは私にも理解できる。
Yes, I can understand giving your relatives and associates the benefit of the doubt.
でもね。
But
黙れこのクソババア
shut the hell up, you goddamn hag.
それ以上悪く言うつもりならその口引き裂くぞ
Talk any more shit and I'll slit that mouth of yours open. Move.
やめてください、マオさん。
Please stop it, Mao-san.
お母様もそういう喧嘩腰の言い方はしないで。
And mother, you stop goading her. Oka cut between the two and caught Mao's fist just as she was about to bring it down. Mao tried to shake her off, but when she saw a stern expression rise to the normally gentle Oka's face, she sat down grumpily, as though she'd cooled her head off a little. And even Shino seemed to have realized she'd gone too far, as she awkwardly parted her hair and looked away. I slumped my shoulders and sighed in exhaustion. Oka talked to me about it all the time, so I knew how much it broke her heart to see two people she cared about constantly bickering. But still, Shino had changed. She was never the kind to speak so ill of others that she'd anger them. A heavy silence hung over the room as everyone struggled to think of something to say.
これではとても何かを相談できる雰囲気ではないな。
They're not going to get any discussion done in this sort of atmosphere. It was with that thought I approached Oka in my astral form and was about to suggest she call it off for now and try another day.
なあオーカ
Hey, Oka.
はい。
Yes? But just then, Mao, who had been staring silently at the floor, finally spoke up.
あんたも私の仲間がやったって思っているのか
Do you also think it was one of my boys who did it?
いいえ。
No. Mao looked up at Oka in surprise. Clearly, she had not been expecting to get a prompt reply without any hesitation. Shino silently glanced at Oka, but the latter continued speaking with conviction on her face and in her voice.
私はマオさんを信じています。
I trust you, Mao-san.
もちろんお母様のことも。
And naturally, I trust you as well, Mother.
だからこそお二人を呼んで相談しようと考えたのです。
That is why I called you both here and thought we could discuss this.
どちらかが犯人だと本気で思っていたらわざわざお会いして天津さえお二人を同席させるわけがありません。
There's no way I would have gone out of my way to hold a meeting, and with both of you at that, if I seriously believed one of you was the culprit.
ただお二人の鍵あるいは私の鍵が無断で何者かに使われたのだとしたらこれは由々しき大事。
However, it is a grave matter if someone used one of your keys, or mine, without permission.
ですから今後は管理に際して細心の注意を行うべきだと私は思います。
That is why I believe we should exercise caution regarding how we handle them from now on.
あるいはここの鍵を開ける腕を持つ者が今回盗みに入ったのであればその対策を講じなくてはいけません。
Or, if someone with the skills to pick the lock was behind the theft, we need to devise measures against that.
いずれにせよ盗みの再発を防ぐにはどうすればよいかそれが一番大事なことではありませんか。
Either way, isn't the most important thing deciding how to prevent future theft?
疑うのは簡単でいつでもできます。
Doubting is easy and can be done anytime.
でも私は信じることから始めたいのです。
But I want to begin from trust.
お願いします。お母様、マオさん、
Mother, Mao-san, please.
力を貸してもらえませんか。
Will you aid me? Oka firmly looked back and forth between Shino and Mao, bowed her head, and gave them a gentle smile. The two of them were taken aback by that sight, and exchanged looks for a split second before turning away and awkwardly clearing their throats.
大した子だ。
She's something else. I gasped in admiration at the sight of Oka standing amidst that tense situation, keeping unwaveringly kind and strong while having the resolve to defy her mother-in-law. While it's true she said she'd call for both of them to inquire about the truth, most humans wouldn't be able to declare to someone's face that they believed them with such confidence. Oka's kindness truly knew no limits. However, it took powerful conviction to seek purity in there, while also understanding purity and impurity. That was why Shino and Mao were able to realize their quarreling was pointless, even in this emergency.
オーカ
Oka. Mao nervously raised her hand. She spent some time hesitating and darting her eyes around before looking up as though she'd resolved herself.
盗みとは関係ないかもしれないけど 実は鬼の薬のこと、もっと確かな情報がある。
It might not have anything to do with the theft, but I do actually have some more solid intel on the demon medicine.
親父の宿場町でも、その名前の薬が何度か市場に出ているのを若い衆が見つけているんだ。
Some of the men who served my old man found many instances of medicine under that name being sold in this town.
そうなのですか？
Is that true? It seemed this was both Oka and Shino's first time hearing this. They went speechless with surprise, and Shino leaned toward Mao, determined not to miss a single word.
それはいつのことですか？
When was this?
先月さ、
Last month.
私もそれを聞いて驚いて。
I was surprised too when I heard about it.
今はうちの組の若い衆を出して、出元を調べているところだ。
My old man's boys are investigating the source even as we speak.
だったらどうしてそれを？
Then why didn't you tell us?
真相を掴んでからじゃなければ、あんたは私が横流ししたんじゃないかって疑うだろう。
You would have suspected me of selling it on the black market if I didn't have definitive proof first, right?
だから黙っていた。
That's why I didn't say anything.
けど、オオカが私を信じて頼ってくれるってんなら話は別だ。
But it's a different story when Uka trusts us, or trusts me.
オオカのために話してやるよ。
I said it for her.
任侠にだって誠はあるんだからな。
Because even gangsters have integrity. So true.
真央さん。
Mao-san. Gangsters have integrity. Oka smiled happily and bowed her head. Mao looked away in embarrassment, as if that put her in a good mood, while Shino dropped the accusatory attitude, as if she knew she'd been beat.
どうやら私が間違っていたようね。
Seems I was wrong.
席外しましょうか。
Shall I take my leave?
別にいいさ。
Nah, it's fine.
オオカに話せば遅かれ早かれあんたの耳に入るんだし。
You'll hear it sooner or later if I tell Oka anyway.
私も黙ってて悪かったよ。
I'm sorry for keeping quiet about it too. Mao continued after apologizing. The story she proceeded to tell was grim and unnerving. It seemed medicine called demon medicine was being sold on the market as a wonder drug for the epidemic. And it seemed the drug wasn't just being sold in the inn town, but even all the way over at the castle town where the feudal lord lived.
ただ、その中身はほとんど噂に便乗した偽物だったしさ。
However, nearly all of them were imitations taking advantage of the rumors.
だから当初私もそれほど心配していなかったんだ。
So I wasn't too worried about it at the time.
だけど、
But
だけど
what?
つい先週、本物が高値で売りさばかれている現場を若い衆の一人が偶然見かけてさ。現物も押さえた。
Just last week, one of my father's boys stumbled across a trade where they were selling the real deal for a high price and promptly seized it.
それってまさか。
Wait, you don't mean...
間違いない。
Yeah, no doubt about it.
村人に無償で配っているはずの薬が何者かによって売買されている。
Someone was selling the medicine that was being given out to the villagers for free.
だからまだ確証はないが、今回の盗みはその一環かもしれない。
So while I still don't have any proof, it could be linked to this theft.
そんな。
That can't be.
あり得る話ね。
I can see that happening. Shino bitterly clenched her fists in agreement with Mao's deduction. There were plenty of rich people who would pay any price for the possibility of being cured of a serious illness, no matter how fishy it sounded. And there were currently many who had difficulty acquiring the demon medicine due to its high demand. But since the real deal was free, there were people who could profit off of it at all to themselves so long as they acquired it. Those who'd realized what sort of profit they were in for were plotting to make vast sums of money off it, even if it meant venturing some risk.
私が薬を無償で配ってしまったことがいけなかったのでしょうか。
Was it wrong of me to distribute the medicine for free?
私のせいでその人たちがよからぬ行いに手を染めるきっかけを作ってしまった。
I'm what set off those people to stain their hands in wrongdoing.
オオカ、それは違うよ。
No, Oka, that's wrong.
そういう風に楽をして儲けを考える連中は別にあんたの薬がなかったとしても同様の悪さを働いたさ。
People who scheme to get rich quick like that would have committed the same sort of crimes with or without your medicine.
これはシノさんの受け売りだけど、あんたが気に病むことはない。
I know I'm just repeating what Shino-san said, but you don't have to worry about any of it.
真央さん。
Mao-san. Mao said that and gave Oka a reassuring nod. I could understand why Oka adored her like an older sister. It seems she was easily misunderstood due to her rough personality and tone, but Mao truly was an empathetic and considerate woman.
そういえば王か
By the way, Oka. Shino watched their exchange with a bitter smile, but then turned to Oka as though she'd remembered something.
北の集落に持っていく薬はいつ作る予定なの
When are you planning to make the medicine that's to be sent to the northern settlement?
それは
Oh,
今日の夕暮れまでには揃えられます。
I can have it ready by this evening. I quietly whispered into Oka's ear. She gave a faint nod when she heard that and said, by this evening to Shino.
そう
I see.
だったらちょっと小細工を講じてみましょうか
In that case, why don't we play a little trick?
小細工
A trick?
え真央さん
Yes. Mao-san?
ん
Yeah?
一時休戦よ
Let's call a ceasefire.
うまくやれるかはわからないけどあなたの力も貸してくれるかしら
I don't know if this will work, but will you lend us your assistance? That night, Shino's plan was to put the new medicine in the warehouse, then have herself, Oka, and Mao spend the night keeping watch over it. In the meantime, Shino and Mao would use the villagers to casually spread some information. Medicine is being bought to the northern settlement tomorrow morning, so we're looking for able hands. If it was being shipped in the morning, then it would be natural to assume that it would be held in the warehouse the night before. The bandits would seize that opportunity, leaving them wide open for their trap. Got a plan going.
だけど私たち3人がですか
But the three of us...
別にお母様が直々でなくとも私の主人とか君吉家の若い衆の方が良いのではないですか
You don't have to go in person, Mother. Wouldn't it be better to send people like my husband or your young subordinates?
うちだってそういう荒事なら園崎家の連中を借り出して徹夜で見張らせてもいいんだぞ
Even I could just round up some of my family's men to spend the night on watch duty, you know?
みんな腕っぷしが強いしどこかの家の奴らと違って信用できるからさ
They're all strong and trustworthy, unlike a certain other family.
どこかの家の方がよっぽど危ないと思うけど
I would believe a certain other family is far more dangerous, though.
んだとこの
The hell was that, you little...
なんてお互いにそう疑い合うのが目に見えているでしょ
What I'm getting at is, those are the sort of doubts we'd both have with each other, about each other, right?
だからよ
Hence my idea. Not even Mao could argue against Shino's logic. In short, the watch had one other important purpose, clearing up everyone's suspicions regarding this matter. By allowing Shino and Mao to keep an eye on each other, they could each prove they had no sinister intentions. And if someone besides them showed up and got caught trying to steal, the two of them would be vindicated.
もっとも
Though, that said, it seemed Oka had actually thought of the same idea. However, she'd understandably been reluctant to have each of the family heads do something as menial as keeping watch, so she'd given up on the suggestion. So perhaps unsurprisingly, it was Shino, the oldest one there, who'd suggested it. Stakeout time.
それにしても
How fun.
ちょっと寒いですね
I must say though, it's a little cold, isn't it?
そうだな
Yeah. Oka and Mao huddled up, their kimonos stuffed with cotton. The night air was cold, likely due to the rain from earlier. The boiled water Oka had thoughtfully brought with her had now completely cooled off.
いろりに火を入れましょうか
Should we light the hearth?
ダメよ
Don't.
家の中の人間が起きているって分かってしまうじゃない
That'd be telling them that people are still awake here.
だな
She's right. Mao nodded in agreement as Shino. But despite her words, I caught her sending the hearth a longing glance, and I couldn't help but snicker.
さて
Now then,
鍵はちゃんと持ってきたかしら
did you make sure to bring your key?
ああこれだ
Yeah, here it is. Mao took a key out of her pocket at Shino's urging and put it on the floor. Shino took a key out of her sleeve when she saw that and placed it next to Mao's.
これで私への疑いは晴れたかい
There. We cool now?
人聞きが悪いわね
Why, I'm hurt.
私は園崎家の鍵が盗まれないか心配しただけよ
I was merely worried about the Sonozaki key being stolen.
へえそうですかい
Yeah, whatever you say. Mao gave an irritated snort and looked away. but her voice lacked most of the bloodthirsty edge it had earlier that day.
フルデ家の鍵の所在はさっき3人一緒に確かめたことだし、
And the three of us confirmed the location of the Frude key earlier.
これで倉庫の鍵は村の誰にも渡っていないということになるわね。
Now we know that none of us have given our keys to anyone in the village.
しかし、だったら今回盗人どもはどうやって来るんだ？
But how are the thieves going to get in if that's the case?
しかも昨日の今日だ。見張りがいるんじゃないかって逆に用心して盗みを諦めるような気がするけどな。
What's more, I feel like they'll suspect a watch will be put up today in response to yesterday, so they'll give up on the theft.
そうね。
Good point.
もしもあなたが犯人だったとしたら、間違いなく来ないでしょうね。
If I were the culprit, I'm sure I wouldn't come here.
何しろ、あなたはここにいるわけだし。
After all, you're here.
あんたな。
Do you ever let up?
まあ、その程度の知恵と分別があるやつなら、常識的に危険を察してくるわけがない。
That said, if we were up against someone with that much common sense, they'd realize it was risky and not try it.
でも、今回の奴らは見たところ、かなり欲深くて、頭が悪いわね。
But from what I can tell, these thieves are wealthy in greed and poor in intelligence. Shino's read on the situation was this. While she was concerned about how they'd unlocked the storehouse, stealing the whole crest of medicine had been a very foolish move. Her reasoning... The whole chest of medicine, not crest. I don't know why I said crest. Her reasoning was that such an act would clearly alert people to the theft immediately and put them on guard for the next time.
私なら、何かの偽物とすり替えるか、少しずつ抜き取るわね。
If it were me, I'd switch them out with fakes, or take them little by little.
そうすれば、盗まれたことにも気づかれず、安全に大儲けができるでしょ。
That way, you could still safely make a profit with the theft going completely unnoticed, right? But these thieves are clearly sloppy. Taking a huge chest with them would naturally make it easier to track them, and even though carrying something that heavy in the rain was the height of folly, they'd done it anyway. These thieves clearly weren't professionals, so if their targets were that stupid, it was highly likely they'd bite at it even the smallest bait cast before them. They likely heard about the medicine being at the warehouse, and were currently headed over to it while coming up with a plan.
他にも理由はあるんだけど、
There's more to it
こっ
than
ちは
that.
まだ確信がないから内緒。
There's more to it than that, but I'm not sure yet, so I'll keep it to myself.
でも、きっと来る。
But I'm sure they'll be here.
盗みの味はなかなか忘れられないものだからね。
It's not so easy to forget the taste of theft, after all.
まあ、外れるかもしれないから、その時はその時ね。
Though I could be wrong, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
改めて人をやって、犯人を探す手を皆で考えましょう。
Then we'll think of a way to find the culprits together.
それでいいわね。
Does that sound good?
あんた、意外に頭が回るんだな。
You're pretty quick on your feet, huh?
褒めても何も出さないわよ。
Flattery will get you nowhere.
それに、まだ少しはあなたを疑っているのだから。
Besides, I'm still not entirely convinced you're innocent.
私だってな。
That makes two of us! I watched the two of them before sending Oka a glance, then passed through the faint gap in the door and went outside. The rain had finally let up, the moon shining in the starry sky mottled with clouds here and there.
よかった。本当に。
Thank goodness. Seriously. I breathed a sigh of relief at having learned my friend hadn't changed a bit. Shino truly was the wise and kind woman I remember.
シノは本意で嫌っているわけではなかったのだ。
Shino doesn't actually hate Mao deep down. It had been Shino in the first place who'd helped me the most when I came to the village and married Riku. She made the utmost effort to pacify and occasionally intimidate the villagers who slandered me and were prejudiced against me, as well as to accept an outsider like myself. Therefore, Shino had previously been the most civilized person in the village, as well as one compassionate and tolerant of outsiders.
しかしその結果、何が起こったか。
But what happened as a result of that? When rumors of the demon spread, the already exclusive villagers once again used that to strengthen their dislike and distrust of me. Even so, Shino earnestly attempted to pacify everyone and went as far as rebuking them to try and protect my family, but in the meantime, Riku and I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in the village. Once that hit its boiling point, we fought the demons to prove our innocence and lost our lives in the end.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Riku, Hanyo, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Even to this day, Shino regretted how her half-hearted kindness had gotten us killed. That's what she believed, at the very least. That left wounds so deep in her that it caused her to see the very act of accepting outsiders as negative.
家がどうとか、彼女の性格がどうというわけじゃない。
Doesn't matter who her family is or what kind of person she's like.
この村でよそ者が暮らすのは本当に大変なことなの。
It's truly difficult for outsiders to live in this village.
何も望んでこんな窮屈なところで住む必要なんてないのよ。
There's no need to live in such a strict place, no matter what you wish. After Mao had gone home after the three had planned to meet up that night, Shino confessed the harsh circumstances she'd been dealing with.
受け入れたい気持ちは私にもあったわ。
I'd like to welcome her with open arms.
でもこの村の人は頑固で新参の人間に対してなかなか心を開かない。
But the villagers here are stubborn and refuse to accept newcomers.
時代が変わればいずれ改善されていくかもしれないけれどすぐには無理でしょうね。
That mindset may eventually change with the times, but it likely won't be anytime soon.
お母様。
Mother,
真央さんは器量のいい子よ。
Mao-san is a capable woman.
亡きご主人そして息子のことをとても大切に思ってその崎家をしっかり守っていこうと頑張っている。
She cares dearly for her son and late husband, and is doing all she can to protect the Sonozaki family.
いい加減な覚悟でできることじゃない。
That's something that takes considerable resolve.
それはよくわかっている。
I'm fully aware of that.
だけど私が村のみんなと対立する側になったらどうなると思う？
But what do you think would happen if I were to oppose the rest of the village? The villagers likely wouldn't just criticize Shino for standing up for Mao, but would also slander Uka for being the daughter of an outsider herself. That would shake their trust in the three families, and Uka would end up the most hurt. And because she understood that, Shino needed to act like she sided with the villagers in rejecting Mao. All the while anticipating that the kind-hearted Uka would sympathize with Mao and stand with her, even if it meant defying her mother-in-law.
あなたにはこれからも嫌な役目を押し付けてしまうわね。
You'll have an unpleasant role forced on you in the future.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
いえ、お母様。
Don't apologize, Mother.
そのことは私もよくわかっております。
I truly understand that as well.
それに真央さんだっていつかきっと。
And I'm sure Mao-san will do too, someday. Will too someday. Added a too. Shino guiltily hung her head, but Uka just said that and gently embraced her huddled shoulders. A thought came to me when I saw that. Those two were undoubtedly mother and daughter. Though they weren't blood related, they could understand and support one another. A mother and daughter in the truest sense. I sighed softly as I looked up at the slightly cloudy sky, while strong emotions raced through me. Why was I still in this village? To serve as Oka's mother? No, she had Shino for that. Her friend then? Mao and the others were already doing a fine job with that. And Oka had a husband and daughter, a family.
そうだな。
Indeed.
去るべき時が来ているのかもしれないな。
Perhaps it is almost time for me to depart. I'd be lonely, of course, but though saving the sick and resolving Shino and Mao's antagonism, but through solving the sick and resolving Shino and Mao's antagonism, Oka was finally trying to live of her own volition. My presence would only serve to make Oka depend on me amidst all that. So it would be better for me to serve in Oka, believe in Oka and those around her, and lead the rest to them. Whoosh. Huh? I turned around when I heard the faint sound of a door sliding open in the distance. It was coming from the Furude bedroom, where Oka's husband, Shoji, and daughter Fuka were sleeping. And then...
あれは
I saw a figure looking around while sneaking out through the slightly open gap. It was Fuka, who was supposed to be asleep. Fuka went out to the veranda, put on some sandals behind the stepping stone, went down to the garden, then darted off to the forest behind the state while taking care to conceal her footsteps.
まさか
It couldn't be. Suspicious, I followed her. Surprisingly, Fuka was headed to the joint warehouse. Huh? Fuka stood in front of the warehouse door and stepped on her tiptoes to reach the lock, holding a key in her small hand. She awkwardly put the key in the keyhole and opened the door with a clack. Then she opened the door and went inside, all while bathed under the pale moonlight.
それにしても風花がなんで共同倉庫に
What would Fuka be doing at the joint warehouse? It was a natural question. It wouldn't be odd for Fuka to know where the warehouse key was and about the demon medicine, but she's a little girl who shouldn't have understood its value at all. So, why was she sneaking into the warehouse so late at night? I quietly walked up to the entrance and peeked inside. I could hear her rustling about while looking for something in the dark, but rather than the medicine chest, it seemed she was scuffling with a bundle of radishes further inside. Fuka took one of the radishes and left the warehouse, naturally oblivious to my presence. She didn't lay a finger on the medicine, of course. Fuka took a few steps into the woods and stopped, her eyes darting around. Once she was sure no one was there, she headed even further away from the fruit ray shrine.
一体どこに
Where in the world is she going? I chased after Fuka. While I knew from the beginning she wasn't the thief, I wanted to know what she was doing and why. The forest grew denser and denser, and it rapidly grew harder to see anything. But Fuka charged forward without hesitation, relying on the faint moonlight. Fuka had gone further than I thought. Despite that, she kept heading even deeper. I turned around to find Fruit Shrine was already completely out of my sight, my vision clouded by damp trees. Then Fuka finally stopped at a small cave that had been dug out of the side of the mountain and crouched on the spot. She's feeding an animal. Was someone there? I couldn't sense any humans. No, there was a non-human presence. I walked up to Fuka and looked down at it over her shoulder.
いっぱい食べるのですよ。
Oh boy. Meep. This should be plenty of food. Woof woof. Just then, several small puppies and their mother barked.
なんだ
Oh. I felt a rush of relief. The puppies eagerly wagged their tiny paws and clung to their mother, their eyes small and their fur soft. That charming sight brought warmth to the cold night in the blink of an eye.
どうして食べないのですか？
Meep,
好き嫌いは良くないのですよ。
Meep, why aren't you eating? It's not good to be picky. Fuka frowned and held out the radish she'd brought from the warehouse to the dogs' noses, but neither the mother nor her puppies took it and just looked up at Fuka instead. I see, so that's it. I sighed and nodded once I got the picture. In other words, Fuka was sneaking into the warehouse to get food for these wild dogs. She probably didn't understand why it was wrong to unlock the warehouse, but also thought her parents would scold her for taking food without permission. In terms of wrongdoings, the former seemed like much bigger grounds for scolding, but it would be cruel to expect a little girl to understand that.
どうするかな
What to do? It'd be easy to tell Uka, but then she'd likely give Fuka a harsh reprimand. Even so, by no means could I overlook her unlocking the warehouse without permission. That led to the medicine getting stolen and brought unjust suspicion onto innocent people. No, wait. In that case, just who was it who stole from the warehouse?
動くな
Freeze! All of a sudden, a woman's bloodthirsty roar echoed from a short distance behind. Fuka's smile froze the moment she heard that, and she turned back around in shock, but I quickly realized the shout wasn't directed at her.
あの声はマオか
Was that Mao's voice? I immediately kicked off the ground and ran toward her voice. I dashed through the forest until I could see the warehouse. I noticed several silhouettes in front of it.
あれは
What are those? Just then, a cloud moved over to the way of the moon, brightening the area and illuminating the silhouettes. Moved out of the way of the moon. There were 3 women and 3 men. The women were Oka, Shino, and Mao, but I didn't recognize any of the men.
あんたたち何者だ
Who the hell are you punks?
見かけない顔だね
Never seen your mugs before. The men smiled confidently as one of them stepped toward Mao. At their feet was a very familiar chest.
盗人はお前たちか
So you're the thieves, I take it.
薬を返しなさい
Return the medicine.
返さなければただでは済まさないよ
Better do as she says or you're gonna be sorry. Shino and Mao's cold voices echoed through the forest. The air was so strained with bloodlust that even the insects ceased chirping. But the men kept smiling as if they hadn't noticed, or believed they still had the upper hand, and took another step forward. Oka calmly stood in their way before warning them with a tranquil expression completely devoid of fear.
事情があればお聞きいたします。
If you have your reasons, we'll hear them out.
ですからそれは返してもらえませんか？
So could you please give those back?
それを必要としている人たちが困ってしまいますので。
You'll be causing trouble for the people who need that.
はっふざけるんじゃねえ。
Huh! We ain't scared of you.
これさえあれば俺たちは合法者に暮らせるんだ。誰が渡すかよ。
We can live like kings as long as we have this. Who the hell would ever give it back? A flash of disgust tainted Uka's face. She'd probably been prepared to give them some if they were doing it to save a sick relative or something. But it was clear they'd only done it to line their own pockets. Not even Uka was lenient enough to forgive that.
おい、やっちまうぞ。
Hey, get him!
おお。
Yeah! The three men each reached into their own pockets in response to that shout. All of them drew sharp daggers and held them at the ready, pointing their sinister blades at Uka and the others.
さあ、これが見えたらさっさとどきだ。
See these? This is your cue to take a hike.
でないとその綺麗な肌に傷がつくぜ。
Unless you want to see that pretty skin scarred for life. One man grinned indecently and took a threatening stomp forward. His eyes were steady and wild like a beast.
仕方ない。助けるか。
There's no other way out of this. Should I help? But if I did that, I might expose my true self to Uka, or even the others. No, wait. They couldn't see me anyway, so perhaps I could pass this off as the work of Oshiro-sama.
さあ、今すぐどきやがれ。
You deaf? Beat it now!
いいえ、どきません。
No, I shall not retreat.
あなたたちこそ怪我をする前におとなしく従ってください。
Please do as I say before you get hurt.
なんだとこの甘。
The hell was that, you bitch?
怪我しなきゃわかんねえのか。
You need a knife in the gut to get the point? The man furiously rose his dagger and charged at Uka. No. My hesitation cost me the first move. I'll never make it to Uka in time. But Mao acted quicker and promptly stood in front of Uka, then punched the man right in the face. Yeah. Girl power. Shino darted her hand out in the meantime and grabbed the second man's raised arm. Then she dodged, swept the man's leg out from behind, and easily knocked him to the ground in one fluid motion. And as for the last man standing... Hap! Oka had kicked off the ground and charged him with a wooden sword in hand, and struck the hand clutching the dagger. The dagger danced through the air and planted itself in the ground a short distance away. What?
もう一度だけ言います。
Allow me to say it one more time.
おとなしく従ってください。次は喉を狙いますよ。
Please do as we say. I'll go for your neck next. Though it was a wooden sword, the man gasped and froze when faced with a sharp object being pointed at him. He fell to his knees and hung his head pathetically. Even he must have realized how skilled Uka was to have accurately stabbed a hand that was so nearly invisible under the cover of darkness.
やるねえ、オカ。
Damn, you've got skills, Uka.
鬼ヶ淵村の巫女さんは剣術もやるのかい？
So Onagafuchi Village's resident Miko also knows her way around a sword?
ナオさんもさすがですね。
You were impressive yourself, Mao-san.
これでも荒事には慣れているしね。
I've had plenty of scrapes with punks like these. Mao smirked as she tied the men's hands behind their backs. Meanwhile, Shino brushed off some dirt while turning to Uka and asking, "Are you okay?" as if nothing had happened.
私は平気です。
I'm fine.
お母様も大丈夫ですか？
What about you, Mother? Are you alright?
まあこれでも村をまとめる立場だから。
Well, I am responsible for a village, appearances aside, so this is only natural.
淑女のたしなみよ。
It's a lady's domain. First, I'd ever heard of jujitsu being a lady's domain. Still, all the women out of Onagafuchi's 3 families were tough, huh? Oka's in good company. Mao approached the men and bound their hands with cloths she borrowed from Oka. Then she whistled, and several men came out of the forest.
あんたたちの出番はなかったみたいだよ、兵庫。
Looks like you guys didn't get a chance to shine. Hyogo.
人暴れできなくて残念だったね。
Too bad you couldn't cut loose.
まったく魔王様にはいつも冷や汗をかかされます。見ているこちらは気が気ではなかったのですよ。
I swear, you're always taking a toll on my heart, Mao-sama. I was on edge just watching you, you know? The man named Hyogo sighed with relief and a hint of complaint. These were Mao's men who had been stationed on the shrine grounds in case something went wrong. There are also Kimiyoshi family associates amongst them. Naturally, it went without saying that part of the reason for that was so both groups could clear each other's suspicions.
あとは任せた。
We'll handle the rest.
明日の戦記まで園崎本家の土蔵にでも閉じ込めておいて。
We'll keep them locked up in the Sonozaki Estate storehouse until tomorrow's meeting.
いいだろう、シノさん。
That work for you, Shino-san?
よろしくお願いするわ。
Yes, I would appreciate that.
わかりました。空立て。
Got it. Come on, get up. Hugo and his associates surrounded the three men, dragged them to their feet, and took them through the forest. Once they were finally out of sight, Oka suddenly flopped to her feet. What?
どうしたのオウカ？
What's wrong, Oka?
いえ、なんだかほっとしてしまって。
It's nothing. I'm just sort of relieved.
はあ？
What? Shino and Mao looked at each other in astonishment when they heard that. For a moment, they frowned as though they tried to think of something to say, but they both chuckled, and Oka joined in the laughter.
お母様。
Mother? Huh? Just then, Fuuka came over with a puzzled expression, confused about the laughter. Oka was about to ask what she was doing there, but jolted to her feet as soon as she saw the key her daughter was holding.
まさかあなたが。
Fuuka, no way, it was you? And so, pressed by her mother, the ever-honest Fuuka quickly confessed to unlocking the warehouse to help feed the dog and her puppies, as well as taking the key without permission to do so. Shino and Mao looked at each other when they heard this, and soon burst out laughing, shrugging their shoulders.
結局、鍵を持ち出していたのはフーカだったのね。
So, it was Fuuka who took the key, wasn't it?
んだ。
Seriously.
それが分かっていたら、犯人は素人だって断定できたのにさ。
We could have figured out right away that the thieves are amateurs if we'd known that.
鍵開けの名人でもいるのかと思って、準備が大掛かりになっちまったよ。
And here we went all out with the preparations, thinking we were up against master lockpickers or something.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
もう
Fuuka. Sheesh.
あなたのおかげでみんなが迷惑したのですよ。
You caused trouble for a lot of people.
まあまあ、オーク。
Come on, Uka.
とりあえず、すべて無事に終わったことだし、
No harm, no foul, right?
許してやりなよ。
Let the kid off the hook.
マオさん。
Mao-san. Oka then turned timidly and awkwardly to Shino, who simply shrugged as if to voice her silent approval.
お
Mother?
母さん。まったく。
Cut her off, my bad.
もう
I swear. Fuuka curled up in fear she'd get scolded, but Uka just hugged her gently before saying, "Don't do it again," smiling as she softly pressed her forehead against her daughter's.
とりあえず雨降って地が固まったかな。
Well, as I always say, all's well that ends well. This incident may have even improved relations between the Sonozaki and Kimiyoshi families. In light of that, the three families' heads were rather forgiving of Fuuka's mischief. The next morning, there was a huge crowd of villagers at Furude Shrine, for that was the place where the thieves who'd snuck into the shrine warehouse the night before were tied up.
あれが薬を盗もうとした奴らか。
So those are the ones who tried to steal the medicine.
とんでもない野郎どもだな。鬼ヶ淵村の貴重な宝を盗み出そうなんて。
Sick bastards. Can't believe that the balls try to steal a village's treasure. The villagers glared at the three thieves with hatred and contempt as they cursed them. It was a small village, so even though the attempted theft was early in the morning, everyone already knew. Once they heard the rumors, they headed to the shrine to get a glimpse of the criminals.
別にここまで大行にしなくてもいいのに。
They didn't have to make this big of a commotion over it.
村中に知らせて回ったのはマオさんなの？
Was Mao-san the one who spread the word?
え そのようです。
Yes, so it seems.
まったく。
I swear. Shino heaved a deep sigh with a sour face. However, her hostility had dialed down since the incident last night, so her response was more akin to hearing about a prank committed by a local girl.
でもお母様、どうしてこのような晒しを？
But mother, why are they on display like this?
罪人は早急に大漢字へ差し出すべきかと思いますが。
I thought criminals were supposed to be promptly sent to the magistrate.
ええ。ただちょっと気になることがあってね。
Yes, however, there's still something that concerns us.
もっともここまで極端にやれとは言っていないんだけど。
Not that I think we need to take it this far, though. Shino heaved a sigh as she stood next to Uka by the garden, perhaps feeling a little pity for the thieves for being made a spectacle. But it was necessary to set an example to keep this sort of thing from happening, so she didn't show any signs of stopping it either. I sat down on a rock next to them to oversee the proceedings and emotionlessly stared at the bound criminals. Uka shrugged when she saw me like that.
とりあえずまずは自己紹介を。
Anyway, allow me to introduce myself first.
私は園崎家当主代行園崎真央でございます。
I am Mao Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family.
どうぞお見知りおきを。
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Mao stepped out in front of the three men, bowed deeply, and faced straight ahead. Her words were courteous, and she maintained decorum. However, three men trembled and shrank back in fear and regret, their callous voice and glare sharp as a blade.
さあ、それではすべて洗いざらい吐いてもらいましょうか。お三方。
Now then, gentlemen, what do you say to you cough? What do we say? You cough up everything. Naturally, three of them kept hanging their heads as they held their tongues, as if to say they had nothing to talk about, exactly as Mao had anticipated.
何も話すことはないと。
So you won't say anything, huh?
ならば仕方がないですね。
Then you leave me with no choice.
兵庫、例のものを用意なさい。
Hyogo, bring it out.
Hey.
Ma'am. Torture time? Hyogo, who had been standing in the back, turned to his nearby followers and silently nodded. The men that then brought out a bizarre black iron apparatus that had been concealed in a nearby thicket. What was that? It was probably some sort of tool, but I had no idea what use it served. I looked up at Shino and Uka to check with them, but it seemed they were just as lost as I was.
さて、それではこの道具の説明をしましょうか。
Now then, why don't I explain this device to you?
兵庫、それと東、準備を。
Hyogo, Azuma, prep it.
Hi.
Yeah, ma'am. The two of them produced wooden masks that looked identical to humans. Their mouths were so wide they looked like they would tear apart, while the eyes had been designed to look as though they were in agony.
これは見ての通り、ただの人の形を模した仮面です。
As you can see, this is simply a mask modeled off a person.
まあ、今から始めるのはほんの余興なので、あなたたちはじっくり見ていればいい。
Well, what we're about to start is a mere sideshow, so you guys can just sit back and watch every second of it.
じっくりとね。
Every single second. Mao said that and turned her back on the thieves, followed by Hyogo and Azuma fixing the masks they'd shown off onto the black apparatus. It looked as if the whole face was covered in black iron, a rather unpleasant sight.
これは元来、歯の治療に使われていた道具です。
This tool was originally used for dentistry.
虫歯を取るとき、あまりの激痛に口を閉じてしまう人の
Oh
た
boy.
めに用意されたものだとのこ
It was made for people who would shut their mouths from the intense pain of getting their cavities removed.
と。まあ、口を無理やりこじ開ける道具だと理解していただければ結構。
In any case, all you need to understand is that it's a tool for forcing a mouth open.
さて、
Now then. Mao suddenly touched the device and began spinning a spin action lever, round and round. The unpleasant echo of metal abrading echoed. No, it was what was happening to the mask fixed to the machine that was worse. Creak. Creak.
この開口器の横にある取っ手を回すと、中にある歯車が回転し、口の中を無理やりこじ開ける仕組みになっています。
There's no way Uka allows this to happen, right? By spinning the lever on the side of the device, the gears inside rotate, forcefully prying the mouth open.
世の中には口が硬くてなかなか開かない 顎の頑丈な方がおりますから。
You see, it's for people with sturdy chins whose mouths won't open so easily.
そう。あなたたちのような。
Yes,
ね。
just like you three. Creak, creak. Mal faintly smirked as she continued turning the lever. I only then realized that the previously rowdy villagers were now all watching with bated breath, and the thieves, their faces wrought with worry, couldn't look away from that either.
あれは
That's...
ええ。
yes. Oka and Shino frowned and looked at each other. Seemed they'd realized what Mal was planning. I could imagine it too, naturally. Creak, creak. Just then, there was a sound of metal bursting and the lever stopped. And at the same time, the sound of the wooden mask splitting could clearly be heard mixed in with that. What?
おや。
Oh?
これ以上は進まないのかしら。少し力を入れてみましょうか。
Is this as far as it can go? Why don't I try putting a little muscle into it? Mal spoke in a way that made it clear she was playing dumb as she filled her arm with strength. Just then... pop. Crack! The wooden mask split in two and was smashed to pieces.
この仮面、壊れてしまったようですね。
Seems this mask is broken, hasn't it?
これが人間だったら大変なことになりそう。
If that were a human, probably wouldn't be a pretty sight.
さて、そこのお三方。
Now then, gentlemen,
口を割る？
will you open those mouths?
それとも口を裂く？
Or do I have to rip them apart?
一度しか聞きませんけど。
I'm only going to ask once.
言います全部言います
We'll talk, we'll tell you everything!
だからお願いします。それだけはやめてください。
So please, not that, anything but that, please! The thieves all cried out in submission to fear. A wave of relieved and fearful sighs spread across the villagers when they saw that. Even I felt like this may have been going a little too far. Oka and Shino were also watching over Mao with grim expressions. Still, why was she doing something so threatening in front of the whole village? Mao was already feared, so wouldn't this just make her position worse and worse? No, wait. Maybe she did this with that idea in mind.
お母様止めますか？
Mother, should we stop it?
いえ、もう少し様子を見ましょう。
No. Let's watch a little longer. Oka's face warped in disgust as per her character, but Shino shook her head after thinking a bit. The threats had been so effective that the men kept confessing everything they knew while begging for their lives.
俺は薬を手に入れたら金がもらえるって言われたんだ。それでこの村に来て偶然倉庫に運び入れるって話を聞きつけて。
I was told I'd be paid in gold if I couldn't get my hands on the medicine, so came to this village and happened to hear that it was being brought into the warehouse.
俺は噂を聞いてこの村に来たんだ。そしたらこいつが薬が手に入るいい方法があるって言うから、それで。
I came here when I heard the rumors. Then this guy told me he had a good plan for obtaining the medicine, and then
俺はそいつに誘われて。
he invited me.
なるほどね。
Now I get it. Mao nodded in understanding. It seemed the men who'd answered first had been the ringleader. But something also struck me as odd. Even though Oka was right about the theft, there should have been no need to put on such a threatening display and to ascertain their motives. Just what was it Mao and the others were trying to get out of them?
ならば聞くよ。
Then let me ask you something.
大事な質問だ。しっかり答えな。
This is an important question, so be honest.
あんた、誰に頼まれた？
Who put you up to this?
誰に頼まれて盗みに入ったって聞いてるんだよ。
I'm asking who told you to carry out the theft? Mao glared ferociously at the man close enough to breathe on him, making her previous threats seem like mere child's play. The man's face froze in terror at that intense glare as he started trembling with tears in his eyes.
どういうことですか？
What's the meaning of this?
数人で一攫千金を狙うにしては数が多すぎる。
There are too many of them for only a few people aiming to get rich quick.
つまりそういうこと。
That's what this is about.
それに 古出家の家紋が入った唐びつを持ち出したのも気になってね。
And I'm also concerned about them taking the chest with the Furude crest on it.
ではお母様も真央さんも元締めが背後にいると。
Then both you and Mao-san think there's someone pulling their strings?
もっともその過程は確定になりそうだけど。
And it would seem that assumption was correct. Shino said that and sternly stared at the thieves. The ringleader frantically shook his head in the face of Mao and her men's threats.
ほら、さっさと白状しなよ。
Come on, cough it up.
死にたくないだろ。
You don't want to die, right?
知らねえ。俺は別にただの。
No, I don't know. I'm just an ordinary...
ただの。なんだい。
An ordinary what?
それとも思い出すのに手伝いが必要かい。
Or do you need help remembering? Ah! Mao said that and kicked a piece of the mask on the ground over to the man. When he saw that, he dropped his forehead to the ground and started begging.
やめてくれ。頼む。口止めされてるんだ。言ったら俺が殺される。
Stop, please! I can't tell you. If I do, they'll kill me.
おお、なら殺されないために口を裂くってわけか。
Oh, then I'll rip your mouth apart so you won't get killed.
それがあんたの選択かい。
Have you made your choice? Ah!
もうやめて真央さん。
Stop this already, Mao-san. Oga said that and stood in front of Mao, pleading on the ringleader's behalf, but Shino remained where she stood. Normally, she'd be the one who'd go to stop Mao's misdeeds right away, yet here she was, letting things play out naturally. Which meant...
やはりか。
I knew it. This cruel act of Mao's was all calculated on her part. She would stir the villagers' fears by making herself seem vicious, which would highlight Oka's kindness and contrast and thereby increase the villagers' unity behind her. Furthermore, villagers who witnessed this would likely spread word about what terror awaited thieves, deterring people from sneaking into the warehouse now that they knew the penalty. It was a volatile and crafty method, but certainly effective, though it seemed Oka hadn't caught on to it.
やりすぎです真央さん。
You're taking this too far, Mao-san.
いくらなんでもひどすぎませんか。
I know what they've done, but isn't this too cruel?
ひどい？冗談じゃないよ、オーカ。
Cruel? Don't make me laugh, Oka.
この男は鬼ヶ淵村の飛躍を盗もうとした悪党だ。許すわけにはいかない。
These men are scoundrels who try to steal Onagafuchi Village's secret medicine. Like hell we can let that slide.
そうだろみんな。
Isn't that right, people?
それは
That's...
確かにな。
She has a point. Though the villagers hesitated, they nodded and spoke in approval. They were probably afraid of setting off any sparks. However, I could tell from the satisfied smile that flashed on Mao's face just for a moment that she was thinking about pulling out soon.
とりあえずこれでこの人たちも懲りたでしょ。
They've learned their lesson now, haven't they?
ならばあとは代官所に任せて罪に応じた罰を受けてもらうべきです。
So we should just give them up to the magistrate to have them punished for their crimes.
私たちが彼らに危害を加えることはこの村の掟に反する行為だと思います。
I believe that bringing harm to them ourselves would be going against the laws of this village.
なるほどね。それも一理ある。
I see. Make a fair point.
おいあんた。
Hey, you. Ah! Mao yanked the man's hair and dragged his face up. Then the glare in her eyes softened and a faint smile rose to her face.
オーカの顔に免じてこの辺にしといてやるよ。
I'll leave it at this, out of consideration for Oka.
感謝するんだね。
Aren't you grateful?
ああ、すまねえ。
Yeah, hey.
もっとも代官所に行った時点であんたたちは裁きを受けることもなく殺されるんだろうけどさ。
Though you'll probably be killed without a trial once you're sent to the magistrate.
お気の毒様だね。
My condolences.
No!
What?
そんな
No, you're lying!
嘘だ。
That parting threat caused all three men's eyes to widen in shock, but Mao's smile never faded, and she simply shrugged and casually said, It's true.
あんたたちはいわばトカゲの尻尾さ。
You guys are what we call the tail of a lizard.
本当の悪党ってのは自分は傷つかず分け前は独り占めにするもんだ。
The real villain here will keep their share all to themselves without getting hurt.
さてそこで問題だ。
Now then, herein lies the problem.
雇った相手はあんたたちが鬼ヶ淵村の連中に捕まったと知ったら どう思うだろうね。
What do you believe will happen once your employer learns you've been caught by the people of Onikafuchi Village?
きっと自分の正体を白状しただろ
He'll surely believe you'll give up his identity.
う。ならばさっさと切り捨てて自分は知らぬ存ぜぬを決め込もうなんてね。
In which case, he'll waste no time in getting rid of you and pretending he doesn't know a thing. That's how it'll go.
そんなバカな。俺は何にも話してねえぞ。
That can't be. I won't say a thing.
そんなの相手の知ったことじゃないよ。
Your employer doesn't give a shit about that.
まあどう転んでもあんたの人生はお先真っ暗だ。
Anyway, your future's looking dim no matter how you spin it.
誰もあんたなんか守っちゃくれない。
No one's gonna protect the likes of you.
だったらここで吐いちまいなよ。
So in that case, just fess up here now.
今だったらうちの組でかくまってやってもいい。
If you do, I'll place you under my group's protection.
これは王家の目の前での約束だ。私も必ず守ると誓ってやる。
This is a promise I make before Uka, and I swear to keep it up, I swear to keep it. The man suddenly hung his head as large drops of sweat rose to his forehead. He then looked at his comrades' faces, and finally, after seeing the pleading looks on their faces, made up his mind and muttered in a low voice.
え？
Huh?
領主様だよ。
It was the feudal lord. What? Even Mao couldn't help but gasp in shock and fall speechless when she heard that. She then turned around and quickly gestured Shino over, who was frowning in confusion.
どうしたの？一体誰が？
What's wrong? Who was it?
領主様だそうだ。
Seems it was the feudal lord.
え？
What?
領主様の使いが俺たちのところに来て薬を盗み出せって言ったんだ。成功したら報酬はたんまり弾むって言われて、それで
One of the feudal lord's messengers came to us, told us to steal the medicine. He told us we'd be rewarded beyond our wildest dreams if we succeeded, so... Shino looked at Mao with a grim expression when she heard that. The two stared at each other as they sighed, concerned over what to do.
まずいことになったわね。
This has turned out far worse than we thought.
ああ、
Yeah.
どこぞのエイラ型が絡んでいるとは思っていたけど、まさか領主とは。
I assumed someone of high standing was behind this, but I never would have suspected the feudal lord.
やぶつついて大蛇ってやつだよ。くそ。
We poked the bush and woke up a dragon. Shit.
そんなにまずいのですか？
Is it that bad? Oka stared in bewilderment at her fellow heads, clearly not grasping the weight of the situation. Shino hesitated over whether to tell her for a few seconds, but eventually nodded.
ここら一帯の領主はね、金儲けのためなら強引なことも平気でやってくるんだ。
The feudal lord of this region is not afraid to do anything to make money, no matter how aggressive it may be.
それこそ言うことを聞かせるためなら武力さえも打ち出してくるやつさ。
He'll even resort to force if it means making others obey him.
正直あまりいい話ではないね。
In all honesty, this is really bad. Not even Mao could hide how shaken she was. It seemed she'd believed the mastermind to just be some immoral merchant or group of thieves. She'd likely assumed that if the culprits were simply motivated by profit, the after effects of today's demonstration would be enough to make them realize they'd been playing with fire and give up. But that would have the complete opposite effect when the culprit was a man of authority. Instead, he could use this incident as just cause to express strife.
ということは近いうちに来るわね。
Which means it'll be coming sooner or later.
私たちが決して逆らえないよう
A
なご
decree,
命令が。
a decree that we can't defy.
そんな
No way. The thieves behind the warehouse theft had been caught. That was all this was supposed to be. Yet now that she'd learned the situation was turning in ways that far defied their expectations, Oka was dumbfounded. That went for me as well.
やはり手を出すべきではなかったのか。
Would it have been better not to help the village? It was far too late to regret that now. But I'm gonna keep saying it no matter how many times we keep... I'm gonna keep saying, asking the question to myself as if I do regret it. Austin was right. Word of the medicine had already spread outside the nation, so it was too late to pretend it had never happened. All they could do was act cautiously from now on.
とりあえずここでいろいろ考えていても仕方がない。
Anyway, we won't solve anything by standing around here thinking.
こいつらは私の方で引き受けるから、シノさんは薬の配送を予定通りに進めてくれ。
I'll take care of these guys, so you go ahead with the delivery of the medicine as planned, Shino-san.
分かったわ。
Alright.
オウカ、手伝ってくれる？
Oka, will you help me?
はい。
Yes.
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
私たちが何とかするから。
We'll figure something out.
ええ。
Right. Oka nodded at Shino's encouragement, but neither me nor Shino nor Mao knew if that was how she truly felt. However, I couldn't help but be concerned over the look in some of the young villagers' eyes. I tried to follow them to figure out what they were up to, but Oka asked me to help out, and at some point I forgot all about them. I'd come to gravely regret that oversight. Oh, foreboding message. I regret everything, says Oka. Not Oka, Hanyu. I regret involving myself at all. Everything has gone to shit. Oh, we got a new tip. 201 advanced course. How exciting.
Oka. あなたがその剣技を使わざるを得ない機会に会うのは、できればないことを祈りたいのですが、世の中にはもしもということがあります。
I pray there will be never a time where you have to use these sword skills, but the world is unpredictable.
それゆえあなたには、その場面に直面した時の心構えだけを申し伝えておきます。
Therefore, I shall teach you the resolve you will require in such a situation. I mean, we're building up with all these sword techniques. I know we got it just previously, but I would assume as we reach the finale to this story that it's going to be like Oka's going to have like this incredible like sword moment, right?
はい。
Like that's what we're building up to, I'd imagine. Yes.
まず、たとえ相手の技が拙いものだったとしても、決して油断せぬように。
First of all, never let your guard down, even against an unskilled opponent.
男と違って、女子の力はどこまで鍛えても限りがあります。
Unlike men, a woman's strength has its limits no matter how hard you train. I think the second time that sentiment has been said by Hanyu here in this story. She's like, no matter how good at sword you may be, you are a woman, so... Or we are women, because I think she said it about herself previously. So we... so we are naturally worse.
ですから、
How
切り合いか
unfortunate.
ら力押しとなれば、どんなに技を極めたところで、不利劣勢は免れません。
So no matter how you may master your craft, you cannot escape that disadvantage if your fight comes down to brute strength.
じゃあ、剣を持っていても、あまり相手は怖がってくれないの？
Then, merely being armed with a sword will not scare my opponent all that much?
そうですね。
That is right.
戸惑いはしますが、その後に抱く感情は、まず好奇心と敬意。
They will be bewildered, but the first thing they will feel afterwards is curiosity and scorn.
力の差を気で感じることができない素人ほど、恐怖を抱くことはほとんどないでしょう。
An amateur who cannot gauge the difference in strength is almost never scared.
ですが同時に、そこにこそ唯一の、そして決定的な勝機があることも覚えておいてください。
However, please remember that there is one definitive way to win in that situation.
どういうこと？
What's that?
つまり、相手は力でねじ伏せようと、初手の際に生まれる隙が無意識のうちに大きくなります。
Basically, your opponent will unconsciously increase the gap between you two after the first move in an attempt to make you surrender.
初手は心理的優劣を形成するにあたってとても重要な行動ですからね。
That is because the first move is very important in establishing psychological superiority.
でもその際、体の各部がガラ空きになる。
However, in that situation, they will be virtually defenseless.
ですから、その隙を逃すか逃さないかによって、その後の戦況が大きく変わってくるのです。
So whether you seize that chance or not greatly influences the tide of the battle.
できた隙には最大限につけ込めってことね。
So you mean I should make the most of whatever openings I can find?
さらに、霧は攻撃を当てやすいのですが、その分線として繰り出されるため、防御もされやすい。
In addition, while it is easy to hit with slashes, it is just as easy for your opponent to defend against them because they manifest as straight lines.
しかし、一つならば相手にとっては点なので、 防御はもちろん回避も難しい。
However, since a thrust manifests as a single point, it is difficult to defend and avoid those.
故に力で劣る女性が最も効果的かつ一撃必殺の威力を持つのは一つなのです。
Therefore, since a woman is physically inferior, a thrust is the deadliest and most effective strike in your arsenal.
ちなみに理想的な一つは一度目を隙を開けるための擬態とし、二度目をとどめに使います。
Incidentally, the ideal thrust is actually two motions, a feint to create an opening and then the killing blow.
もっともこれはよほどの技量と判断力を必要としますので、まだまだあなたが覚えるには早すぎますが。
However, it requires considerable skill and judgment, so it's still too early to teach it to you.
なるほど。
I see.
それから一つの時一番命中しやすく効果的な場所はどこだと思いますか？
Also, what do you think is the easiest and most effective location to strike in a thrust?
それはやっぱり胸とか喉とか？
Well, I would have to say the chest or the throat.
いいえ、
No.
誰しも攻撃を受けた際には反射的に急所を守ろうとするものです。
When you attack someone, they will instinctively try to protect their vitals.
その時真っ先に動くのは手。
In that situation, the first thing they move are their hands.
そして攻撃の時にも当然手が主体となって動く。
And naturally, their hands are what primarily moves when they attack.
つまり手は攻守一体の器官で常に人の意図に基づいて無意識下で動きます。
In other words, the hands and are the body's attack and defense organs, and are always unconsciously moving based on what you're thinking.
それで
And
しかしそれだけに人は手自体を守ろうという意識が薄い。
however, in exchange, people aren't very conscious about protecting their own hands.
故に攻撃を受けた際はそれから逃れたり防いだりする反応が他の体のどこよりも遅れてしまうものなのです。
Thus, when they are attacked, the reaction when it comes to defending their hands is slower than anywhere else in the body.
でも動いているものに攻撃を当てるのは難しいと思うけど。
But I would think it'd be difficult to hit a moving target.
それでもその動きの軌道は途中で容易に変えることができないので予測点をつけやすいのです。
Even so, it's not easy for them to change their trajectories in the middle of an action, so it's easy to predict where they'll go.
だから一つの時はまず手を。
So in thrusting, first go for the hands. Go for the hands. I assume that's gonna pop up here. Right? It has to. It has to. It's gonna happen. Attack the hands. Do a thrust at the hands. Poke the hands. Alright, I'm gonna throw a very quick BRB. I'm gonna stretch, and then we'll keep reading. So give me just a few minutes here. I'll be back shortly. I am back. Alright. Let's continue. Moon. Mao arrived at the Furude house late at night.
悪いね。
Sorry.
病人のいるところ遅くに押しかけてさ。
I know it's not right to stop by late when sick people are here.
いえ、大丈夫です。
No, it's alright.
主人も風花もたった今寝たところですから。
My husband and Fuka just went to sleep.
さっき君吉の本家に行ったらシノさんはこっちだって聞いてね。
I stopped by the Kimiyoshi estate just now and they told me Shino-san was here.
大岡にも早いところ知らせておきたかったし、ちょうどいいかなって。
I wanted to let you know quickly too, so this works out perfectly. Mao and Oka sat down with those words, followed by Shino, who had been visiting the Furudes to take care of the sick Shoji. I couldn't see their faces well because they were only illuminated by candlelight, but the sounds of their voices spoke volumes of the situation.
あまりいい話ではなさそうね。
It doesn't sound very good, does it?
ああ、領主様から正式にお呼びがかかってお屋敷に出頭したおじきがさっき戻ってきた。
Yeah, my uncle just returned to the mansion from an official summons by the feudal lord.
簡単に言えば鬼の薬はこの国全体の1000倍になることが決まったらしい。
Long story short, seems they've decided to monopolize all the demon medicine in the nation. In this region, members of the Sonozaki family had held the position of regional governor for generations, a position that involved supervising the annual tribute and instructing the villagers as per the feudal lord's rule. And after the former governor, Mao's husband, passed away, her uncle on her father's side of the family was serving in that role until her son came of age.
それでは出来上がった薬を全部お上が買い上げるということですか？
So the authorities are going to buy out all the completed medicine?
いや、もっと悪い。
No, worse. Mao scratched her hair with teeming irritation and clutched her head. Then, just as Shino and Uka were exchanging concerned glances, Mao took a better letter out of her pocket and opened it. Took a letter? Better? Why did I say better? Mao took a letter out of her pocket and opened it.
それは
What's this?
領主様直々の申し渡し書だ。
A direct declaration from the feudal lord.
薬の製作者は鬼の薬の処方箋、つまり薬の原料と調合法を記した指南書を提出しろ。ってさ。
It says the producers of the demon medicine are to hand over its prescription. In other words, a document detailing its ingredients and how to make it. Huh?
そんな
No. No. While Oka tilted her head in confusion, Shino groaned with reproach, seeing Mao felt the same as her, as she just sighed and shook her head.
お母様、どういうことですか？
What does this mean, Mother?
提出するものが薬と処方箋とでは何かが違ってくるのでしょうか？
What difference does it make if we give them the prescription instead of the medicine?
薬を収めるだけなら原料の採取と調合はこの鬼ヶ淵村、もっと言えばあなた桜花しかできない現状を維持できる。
If they only asked for the medicine, then only Onigafuchi village, or rather, you, would remain the only one who could gather the ingredients and mix the medicine.
でも処方箋を渡せばあなた以外の人も鬼の薬を作ることができるようになってしまう。
But if we give the prescription, others will also be able to make the demon medicine.
大違いよ。
It's a big difference.
それに何か問題が？
Is there something wrong with that?
何かって。大岡はそれでいいのかよ。
Is there something... Are you really okay with that, Oka?
あんたが苦労して見つけてきた薬の処方がほとんど二足三毛で他人のものになっちまうんだぞ。
The recipe behind the medicine you worked so hard to find will fall into the hands of cheap bastards, you know?
そうか。
Oh, I see. After being told that, Oka finally understood what Mao and Shino were worried about. Shino and Mao looked at each other and shrugged in exasperation when they saw the reaction of that woman who had never even considered profit or reward.
まったく、あの薬はあんたが作ったんだろ？
Sheesh, you made that medicine, right?
だったら少しくらい処方に費やした努力の報酬をよこせって言っても罰は当たらないのにさ。
So it wouldn't kill you to ask for a small reward for the work you put into making it.
努力と言われても
I wouldn't call it work.
私は お社様の信託を受けてこの薬の作り方を教えていただいただけですから。
Oyashiro-sama came to me and told me how to make it the medicine. That's all.
私が何かをもらう言われはありませんよ。
I have no right to receive anything.
そういう無欲なのがオーカのいいところなんだけどね。
Well, that selflessness is one of your virtues, Oka.
それでもあなたが神のお告げを聞いたおかげで病に苦しむたくさんの人が救われた。
Even so, all those people were saved because you listened to God's instructions.
それは事実なんだから存分に誇ってもいいのよ。
That's a fact. So shouldn't you be proud of yourself for that?
は
Oka had mixed feelings about being complimented like that. She had indeed wished for many lives to be saved, so she really was happy. But the one who actually made the medicine wasn't her, but Hanyu. Her friend who willingly accepted my unreasonable request and fulfilled it in the best way possible. To have others use her kindness and praise Uka for it only made Uka embarrassed.
まあそれはいいとして、
Well, let's leave that aside.
とりあえず漁師様はその処方箋と引き換えに今年の年貢の免除と困窮状態の村人たちのために食料などの支援を行ってくれるそうだ。
Anyway, in exchange for the prescription, the feudal lord will waive this year's annual tribute and provide food and other support for needy villagers.
ただし鬼の薬に関しての管理は全て漁師様のものとなり、私たちは毎年一定量の薬を買い上げてもらうことになる。
However, the feudal lord will take complete supervision over the demon medicine, and we'll have to buy a fixed amount from him every year.
確かに村としての収益は増えるし、悪い条件ではないだろう。
It's true it'll bring profit to our village, so these aren't bad terms.
だけど処方箋を渡すとなると、この先事情が変わってこないとも限らない。
But there's no guarantee the situation won't change after we hand over the prescription.
そうね。
You're right.
鬼ヶ淵村以外の原料を使ってどの薬師でも調合が可能となれば、この村にわざわざ頼まなくても別の場所から仕入れることができる。
If any apothecary can prepare the medicine with materials outside of Onagafuchi village, they can get it from somewhere else without needing to ask our village.
そうなると当然漁師様に専売品として買い上げられる際、額は安く叩かれることになる。
Then the feudal lord will force us to sell it to him cheap once he aims to get a monopoly on it, naturally.
この額で納得がいかないのなら、よその場所で仕入れるとでも言われて。
If we refuse the price, he'll tell us he'll just get it from somewhere else.
そんなところでしょう。
That's what it entails.
そして1000倍となると、私たちで自由に売りさばくこともできなくなる。
And once he monopolizes it, we won't be able to freely sell it anymore.
もちろん、オオカが今やっているような無料で配布なんてご法度だ。
Of course, distributing it for free like Uka's doing now will be taboo.
そして毎年、一定量の納入義務があるから、オオカ以外にも調合を手伝う人手が必要。
And since we'll have to deliver a set quantity of medicine each year, we'll need more people than just Uka to make the medicine.
明るい未来というわけにはいかないだろうね。
The future's not looking bright by any means. Uka gripped her collar with a dispirited expression at this initially unexpected turn of events. She could tell very easily from listening to them that it was by no means something to be happy about. If anything, they seemed disconcerted by the excess worries and work they'd been handed.
やっぱり間違いだったんだろうか。
Was I wrong all along? That question stung at Oka's heart and saddened her. She'd relied on Hanyu's power simply because she wanted to save those suffering from the illness, and above all else to protect her husband and daughter, her family. But now even the feudal lord had gotten involved, and a huge wave of conflicts of interest had swept all over Onagafuchi village.
その申し渡し書に再検討をお願いする余地は？
Do we have any room to request a reprisal of the decree?
ないこともないと思う。
I wouldn't say no.
私の勝手な想像だけど、漁師様は状況を正確に理解していないようだ。
This is just my personal speculation, but it seems the feudal lord doesn't accurately understand the situation.
模倣が が簡単にできるようならすぐにでも実施に移すつもりらしいけどね。
I hear he's planning to implement this soon if the medicine's easy to copy.
でももし原料の採集と製作に手間と技術、そして知識が必要だったら準備期間や条件はもう少し有利にできるかもしれない。
But if it takes time, skill, and knowledge to gather and produce the materials, preparation, time, and conditions could be a little more favorable.
すべては桜花の処方箋の内容次第だ。
It all depends on what's in Uka's prescription.
いずれにせよ処方箋の提出は絶対条件なのですね。
In any case, the submission of the prescription is a must, yes? Oka sighed and dejectedly slumped her shoulders. When she said that, Shino couldn't help but be ashamed of their powerlessness. The kind-hearted Oka wasn't used to this dark and greedy side of the world. Two of them were the ones who were supposed to quietly handle it in her place, and yet...
桜花。
Oka. Just then, Mao, who had been looking around while hesitating to say something, finally made up her mind, looked up, and asked Oka a question.
桜花は夢の中でお社様から処方についてお告げをもらってあの薬を調合したって言ってたよな。
You said Oyashiro-sama came to you in your dream and told you how to make the medicine, right?
それ本当なのかい？
Is that true?
ええ、本当です。
Sorry, I was getting a fuzz off my glasses. Uh-huh. Yes, it is.
マオさん、
Mao-san?
ひょっとしてあなた桜花が嘘をついているとでも？
Are you accusing Oka of lying or something?
まさか。
Of course not.
私は桜花を全面的に信じているし、そもそもこの子が嘘を言うなんてお天道様が西から昇る以上にありえないっての。
She has my full trust, and besides, I know she's as incapable of lying as the sun is as rising in the... I know she's as incapable of lying as the sun is of rising in the west.
だけど
But
だけど
what?
もしそうだとしたら処方箋をあんた以外の人間に教えると何か問題は起こらないだろうか。
If that's true, will there be any problems if we give the prescription to someone else?
例えばお社様のたたりとかそんなのが。
Like invoking Oyashiro-sama's wrath or something?
たたりで
Wrath?
すか？
Oka pictured Hanyu for a moment and struggled not to burst out laughing. But it would have been rude for her to do so. Mao wasn't joking. She was seriously worried about the possibility of getting cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Since Mao and Shino were unaware of who and what Oyashiro-sama truly was, they were terrified of it. That was why they were seriously asking for Oka's opinion.
どうなの桜花？
Well, Oka,
あなたはどう思う？
what do you think?
私はそうですね。
Well, Oka cleared her throat and quietly looked at the floor, lost in thought. Judging from how Hanyu normally acted, it was hard to believe she'd ever deliver any sort of wrath that would harm the villagers. Thus, she could answer no to that with almost absolute certainty. However, even if that were the case, it was a different story altogether about whether she'd help them. Oka recalled the stern warning Hanyu had once given her.
分かってください桜花。
Please understand, Oka.
過ぎたる技術や得意な恵みはかえって無用な争いを呼び不幸の元ともなりかねない。
This advanced technology and unique blessing will only bring forth unnecessary conflict and misery.
村人すべてを本当の意味で救うというのならばその先のことまで考えを巡らせなくてはいけないのです。
If you want to truly save all the villagers, you need to consider what will come afterwards.
ただこの病をこの村から追い出しただけで済む話ではないのです。
It won't just end with the extermination of the illness from this village.
無理だ。絶対断られる。
Impossible. She'd definitely refuse. It'd be one thing if it meant saving lives, but she'd never agree to help when it came to preserving the village's wealth and standing. But the feudal lord's orders were absolute. If they defied him, they'd likely not just be risking themselves, but also their families and the whole village.
桜花、
Oka.
少し時間をもらえますか？
Would you give me some time? Oka refrained from giving an absolute answer. She just told Mao and Shino she'd have an answer for them the day after tomorrow, and went to her bedroom to check on her husband and daughter. Oka sighed as she walked down the hallway.
どうしてこんなことになってしまったのだろう。
How did it come to this? Those regrets and confusion whirled around her heart. the gloom suffocatingly weighing down on her shoulders. Very well. Huh?
教えることについては私に特に依存はありません。
I have no particular objections about telling you.
少々時間がかかってしまいますが、手順通りに行えばあなたたちの技術でもおそらく調合は可能でしょう。
It'll take some time, but if you follow the instructions, it should be possible to make it with your technology.
本当に
Truly? Oka emphasized that to me with a puzzled look on her face. She was probably thinking I would refuse judging from our conversation the other day. I wouldn't say it was unexpected, but I did feel she was worrying too much.
この薬を世に出した時点ですでに覚悟していたことです。
I was already prepared for this as soon as I brought the medicine into this world.
それに別に私が明かさなくても知識のある人間が薬自体を調べればいずれ中身を解析できるでしょう。
And even if I don't reveal it, smart people will analyze the medicine and figure out its components eventually.
それが遅いか早いかの違いだけですよ。
The only difference is whether it comes sooner or later.
よかった。ありがとう、羽生。
What a relief. Thank you, Hanyu. Oka heaved a sigh of relief and bowed her head. However, there was a different pressing concern I had about her.
しかし、オーカ、
But, Oka,
それで本当にいいのですか？
are you really alright with that? Huh?
この薬を飲めば、この地は愚か、全国で蔓延している例の疫病をすべて治癒させることができます。
That medicine can cure the plague spreading not just through this region, but the entire country.
それで、本当に大丈夫なのですか？
Are you really fine with that?
ええ、もちろんよ。
Yes, of course.
より多くの人が救われるのなら素晴らしいことじゃないの。
Isn't it wonderful if it means more people can be saved?
やはり、あなたは人の悪意をよく理解していませんね。
You really have no understanding of mankind's malice, do you? Oka's eyes widened. I sighed and carefully explained it to her.
その薬があれば助かる。
With that medicine, lives will be saved.
しかし、なければ死ぬ。
But without it, they'll die.
その生き死にがかかった状況下で薬を売りさばけば、どのような事態になると思いますか？
What do you think will happen if the medicine is sold in that life and death situation? The ill would likely desperately seek it in order to live, amplifying demand, and so the settlers would likely raise prices to make a killing. And the more the value of the medicine spread through the world, the more people would be willing to resort to illegal methods to get it for themselves. In fact, it had already happened. At the very least, even if the medicine contributed to the treatment of the disease, it was very much possible it would affect other areas too.
過ぎたるものを世に広めれば、それをめぐって欲望と思惑、そして衝突と争いが生まれます。
When something advanced spreads to the world, it creates desires, plots, conflicts, and quarrels surrounding it.
人を救うものであったはずなのに、それが逆に人を苦しめるものへと変わることも十分あり得る。
Even though it's meant to save lives, it's very possible to turn something that can cause suffering instead.
その危険を理解した上で、あなたはその責任を背負うことができますか？
Can you bear the responsibility while being aware of that risk?
私は王家が村人たちを救いたいという願いを叶えるつもりでこの薬をあなたに渡した。
I gave you this medicine to fulfill your wish of saving the villagers.
そしてあなたは願い通りこの村を救った。
And this village was saved, just as you'd wished.
それで十分だったはずです。
That should have been enough.
なのにその規模は拡大してあなたの意志など届かないところにまで達している。
However, scale amplified and grew far beyond your intentions.
違いますか？
Am I wrong?
うん、違わないわ。
No, you're not. Oka guiltily hung her head and looked down. The fact she so obediently accepted that meant she'd done a lot of thinking before coming to me, and had grown to question her actions. If this were only about treating those suffering from the plague all over the nation like how she'd saved the village, Oka probably wouldn't have hesitated to ask for my help. However, the interests of multiple parties were far too transparent this time. Therefore, she couldn't believe in any assurances that she was making the right choice.
私の今やろうとしていることは 薬で人を救うことじゃない。
What I'm trying to do now isn't to save people with the medicine.
その薬でこの村を潤すこと。
It's to benefit the village.
最初の目的とは明らかに違っているし、そもそも命の救済に対価をつけるなんてことは、医薬に身を置く立場でもない私が行うのは僭越で傲慢な行いよ。
That's clearly different from my original goal. It'd be arrogant and presumptuous for one uninvolved in practicing medicine such as myself to put a price on saving lives.
分かっているの。
I understand that much.
それくらいは。
I cut her off, I'm sorry.
それどころか、もっと違う意味での不幸を招き入れる種を生み出しているだけかもしれない。
Not only that, but it could prove to be the seed that invites misery of a different kind.
あなたの言う通りよ。
It is just as you said.
この薬はたくさんの人を救ってくれた。
This medicine has saved many lives.
でもそれが誰かによこしまな思いを抱かせることになるなんて考えもしなかった。
But I didn't think it would inspire wicked desires in people's minds.
王か。
Oka. Even I knew that. Oka truly had wanted to save people out of pure kindness. Of course, initially that was also rooted in her desire to not embarrass her revered parents. Even so, Oka managed to realize that mistake and had a change of heart. That was why I decided to help her. Despite that, the fools of this world plotted to fatten themselves on that kind, sensitive heart and cruelly minced it up.
シノもシノだ。何のための母か。
And then there's Shino. She's supposed to be here for Oka in times like these. I was displeased with my old friend who'd driven Oka into the situation, yet couldn't offer her aid. Just the other day I'd been reevaluating their relationship as beyond mother and daughter, so my disappointment was immense. Of course, I could understand that Shino had her own position to deal with, and that she was coming up with measures to deal with the situation. But that wasn't helpful anymore. It wasn't enough. What was needed to protect Oka and her family was the resolve to destroy everything.
王か。
Oka. So I couldn't help but speak my mind, even though I was sure she would never accept my proposal.
この村を出ましょう。
Leave this village.
もうそれが一番だと思います。
I think that would be the best at this point. Huh?
あなたがこの村にいる限り、鬼の薬を求める声は収まらない。
People will always desire the demon medicine as long as you're in this village.
逆に言えば、あなたさえいなくなれば、この村は元通りになるのです。
So on the other hand, if you were to leave, the village would go back to normal. Oka gasped and froze. Indeed, put in a more blunt and ugly way, Oka was currently a burden on Onagafuchi village. Due to Oka offering a medicine that offered salvation from the fatal disease, those who initially sought life came to seek riches, and arrived at this village bearing their greed. As a result, trouble had quickly returned to the village, whose residents were finally living peaceful lives after being rid of the demons. So then, what would happen if Oka were to leave? Shino and the villagers would likely look all over trying to find out where she went. The feudal lord might also send out a search party. But if she managed to give them the slip, the one who knew how to make the medicine would no longer be in Onagafuchi village, and eventually all the medicine would run out. Once that happened, bandits and the feudal lord would likely be forced to give up on getting rich off the medicine and lose interest in Onagafuchi, bringing peace back to the village. There's no way in hell Oka would accept this. This is a fine plan and all, but it's not gonna happen. So if Oka just left Onagafuchi village, all would be resolved. It was reckless and cruel, but it was the most effective way, perhaps the only way, in this situation.
私は
Oka clenched her fists and held back bitter emotions. If there was anyone kind enough to find more happiness in other people's bliss, it would be Oka. So while I knew it wasn't fair to word it like this, I continued my argument.
分かっています。
I know.
今までにもあなたと話してきた私だから、村を捨てたくない気持ちはよく分かっています。
We've spoken for many years now, so I'm well aware you do not wish to abandon the village.
ですが、あなたがいることで、あなたの愛した人々が傷つくというのなら、あなたはここにいるべきではない。
But you should not stay here if your presence is hurting your loved ones.
あなたが不幸せの原因を作っているのだとしたら、あなたもきっと幸せだとは感じられないのではありませんか？
If you are the cause of misery, then I'm certain you can never be happy knowing that, wouldn't you say?
それに出ていくと言っても村を捨てるという意味ではありません。
And even if you leave, that does not mean abandoning the village.
騒動が収まって全てが片付いたらまた戻ってくればいいだけの話です。
You can return once all the turmoil is quelled.
それまではどこかに身を潜め、あなた自身も傷ついた心を休めて癒してはいかがでしょう。
So what would you say to hiding somewhere to rest and heal your wounded heart until then?
羽生
Hanyu,
安心してください。
please, rest assured.
あなたと夫、そして娘、
You, your husband, and your daughter.
3人が平和に暮らしてゆけるだけの環境は私が好みに変えても守ってみせます。
I will protect an environment where the three of you can live peacefully, even if it costs me my life.
誓ってもいいです。
I swear it.
そしてあなたたち家族が鬼ヶ淵村に戻るその時まで私はあなたのことをずっと見届けましょう。
And I'll watch over your family until you return. Until you return to Onigafuchi Village. Oh, I was
どう
right
で
the
す
first
か
time.
王家。
What do you say, Oka? Oka neither raged nor rejected me, and instead fell silent as she became lost in thought. Perhaps my choice of words had been more effective than I'd expected. And just as I started to open my mouth to urge her to answer, even though I assumed she'd turn me down,
ごめんなさい羽生。
I'm sorry, Hanyu. Huh?
少しだけ、ええ、少しだけでいい。
I need a little... Yes, just a little time.
考える時間をもらえるかしら。
Would you give me some time to think?
王家。
Oka.
あなたの言うこと、とてもその通りだと思う。
I believe what you said is right in the mark.
でもまだその決意を固めるだけの勇気が私にはない。
However, I still don't have the courage needed to make that choice.
だからもう少しだけ心の整理をさせてもらってもいい？
So, would you give me just a little more time to sort through how I feel? This was a shock. I never thought she'd agree to leave the village. It was for that reason. I could see the depths of Oka's concerns in the pained expression on her face. Even if she abandoned the village, she was still thinking about how to resolve the current issue. Was she truly that concerned or cornered?
わかりました。
Understood.
それでは私は今求められている分の薬だけでも作っておきましょう。
Then, I shall go and make enough medicine to match the current demand.
明日の昼頃には出来上がるので神社に持っていきますね。
It'll be done by tomorrow afternoon, so wait at the shrine, alright?
ええ、
Yes.
ありがとう。それじゃあ。
Thank you. Goodbye. Oka said that and left the ritual storehouse with a smile. I proceeded to head for Ryu in Onigafuchi to make the medicine. I exited the swamp and picked up a trunk sitting on the banks. After looking inside to confirm it was full of the complete medicine, I closed the lid and lifted the trunk with both hands.
よいしょっと。
And up we go. It was fairly heavy, but not enough that I couldn't carry it. Since I couldn't shift into my astral form while carrying a physical object, I took a deserted animal trail back to Furude Shrine.
それにしても
Still, I had a bad feeling. I'd actually happened to come across Shino and Mao yesterday on my way to the swamp. Timber Swamp! Mao was accompanied by several young subordinates and had called for a palanquin as if she were planning to go far away. Then she walked away from the others and met Shino in front of the gate. They seemed to be talking about something.
なんだろ
What could it be? It was odd to see this pairing even though I knew they'd made up, so I quietly approached them in my astral form. And when I did...
それじゃあマオさん、
Alright, Mao-san,
そちらはよろしく頼むわね。
please take care of it.
あ
Yeah,
あ、おじきには漁師様に薬の話をしばらく待ってくれって説得してくれるよう頭下げてみるよ。
I'll try bowing to my uncle and persuading him to wait a while before talking to the feudal lord about the medicine.
専売とか処方箋とかの話なら私たちも飲むことができたのだけどね。
We could accept it if it were just about the monopoly or the prescription.
例の話だけは絶対に承知するわけにはいかないから。
But there's no way we can consent to the other matter.
だよな。
Yeah.
例の話。
Other matter. Their faces were oddly serious and resolute, so my heart leapt when I saw that. What were they talking about? Was there more to the story than what I'd heard from Ooka?
にしても冗談じゃないよ。
Still, sure as hell isn't funny.
相手の国が疫病で苦しんでいるところにつけ込んで鬼の薬を取引材料に使おうなんてさ。
The feudal lord's got quite some balls to take advantage of another country suffering from the plague by using the demon medicine as a bargaining chip.
大岡が聞いたらそっとして倒れちまうよ。
Ooka would faint if she heard about it.
そうね。
You're right.
人を救うのならともかく、相手を脅して言うことを聞かせる手伝いなんて。
Saving people is
あ
one
の子
thing.
には絶対させられないわ。
Saving people is one thing, but she would definitely never allow it to be used as a threat to boss people around.
まして戦の道具になんて
To think he'd use
冗談じゃない。
to think he'd use it as a tool for war. How revolting. I stood still in shock and desperately fought down the fury that threatened to erupt from me. According to Shino and Mao, the feudal lord was thinking of using the provision of the medicine as a strategic tool against a neighboring country he was fighting with over territory. That country was having just as much trouble with this disease as this one, so if it could be used as an effective solution for that, politicians would jump right at it. But to work their own inhuman greed into that? How terrible. How could this feudal lord conceive such a cruel and vile plan?
納得させられるかは微妙だけどね。
Not sure if we'll be able to convince him though.
それでおしのさんは？
Anyway, what about you, Shino-san?
万一に備えて隣の村に掛け合ってみようと思うの。
I was going to negotiate with the next village over. Preparation should worse comes to worse.
あそこの倉庫には疫病が再発した時のための予備が残してあったか
We
ら、
left
最悪の場合はそれを収めるようにする。
we left some reserved medicine in their warehouse should the plague resurface, so worst case scenario, we'll try to store it there.
少なくとも王家の耳には今回の話は入れたくない。
I don't want Ooka to hear about any of this, at the very least.
私たちで何とか対処しましょう。
Let's do what we can to take care of this by ourselves.
ああ、そっちはよろしく。それじゃ。
Yeah, I'll be counting on you. Later. The two nodded at each other, and Mao got in the palanquin while Shino resumed her stroll. As I watched that, my belief that Ooka shouldn't stay in this village grew stronger and stronger.
やはりもう一度王家を説得しよう。
I'll try persuading her again. She didn't belong in such an ugly and filthy world. I couldn't hesitate anymore, even if it meant getting a little pushy, for I was sure that she'd be happier if I took her out of the village. I kept parting through thickets and bushes as I made my way down the mountain, completely forgetting to even rest. I unknowingly picked up the pace. My anxiety kept welling up when I was alone, and I could no longer bear it. Funny, didn't feel like it had been that long since I left the swamp, so why? Well, whatever. I was sure this gloom would all go away once I saw Ooka's face. Ooka would surely be thrilled once I brought her the medicine, and if I told her what Shino and Mao had discussed yesterday, it likely strengthened her resolve to leave the village. Then I'd feel better. I'd surely be saved. So please. But when I got to the shrine where Ooka lived, I saw villagers with wide, bloodshot eyes, each carrying their own weapons. They were surrounding someone, their hands bound with straw rope. Dangling from the highest tree in the area was Ooka, covered in wounds. Oh, what? Huh? What? I was so stunned that I completely forgot I dropped the trunk. What was going on? What in the world happened? The villagers gave vulgar smiles as they looked up at Ooka with interest, as though she was the one bandit who'd been put on display the other day. Many of them were those who'd barely escaped death thanks to my medicine. No, nearly all of them were. Ooka was hanging from a tree. Her pure white Miko robes were stained redder and blacker than her skirt. The sleeves I'd teased for being a little too big for her had been torn cruelly, perhaps remnants of some severe punishment, exposing her white skin. Her dark hair, which I'd praised many a time for looking beautiful when the sun shined on it, had lost its luster and was disheveled. Her cute face, white as porcelain, was black and blue all over, a shadow of its former self. When I looked to see how the villagers saw her, I felt violent shivers run down my spine. Oh my god, is Ooka gonna just fucking I mean, is Hanyu... I keep mixing them, too. Is Hanyu just gonna come and straight murder these people? Their eyes held the bloodlust of ferocious carnivores and were glazed over with disgusting curiosity and avarice. These were the villagers Oka had so earnestly tried to help.
Miko-sama, どうですか? 答える気になりましたか?
How about it, Miko? Feel like answering? Oka just groaned. That was all the more painful to look at.
聞こえてるのかよ?
Hey, did you hear me? Even so, the man next to her paid that no heed and lifted her chin with the timber he held.
だんまりかよ。意外にしぶといよな。
Cold shoulder, huh? I admit, you're more tenacious than I thought.
いいのか。これだけ攻めたらかえって口を聞かなくなるんじゃないか。
You sure about this? Don't you think beating her so badly will only make her less inclined to talk?
大丈夫だろう。旦那は死んじまったけど、まだ娘は生きてるしな。弱ったところで連れ出せば、さすがに黙ってられないさ。
No worries. We may have killed her husband, but her daughter still lives. If we bring her out when she's weak, she won't be able to keep quiet. Oh, God.
生きてる。ねえ。確かに、息さえしてれば生きてることになるがな。
Alive, huh? I suppose so, in the sense that she's still breathing. What?
あなたたち、まさか。
No, you didn't.
ああ、別に殺したわけじゃありませんよ。今でもみ合っていたら、勝手に血を吐いてくたばっちまっただけなんですから。
Relax. We didn't kill her or anything. We had a little scuffle in the living room until she started coughing up blood and keeled over on her own.
ま、娘さんは無事ですし、もっとも、あんまりピーピー泣いてうるさいんで、蹴飛ばしてやったら動かなくなっちゃいましたけどね。
Anyway, your daughter's safe. But she just wouldn't stop crying, so we kicked her around until she stopped moving, though.
そんな。
No. That was so fucked. Oka's eyes widened in shock as she shivered, forgetting to even sob. Those inhuman scum. How dare they? How dare they?
な、本当に大丈夫なのかよ。仮にもお社様の巫女にこんなことして。
Hey, is it really okay to do this? She is still Oshiro-sama's Miko after all.
いいんだよ。こいつらは鬼に魂を売った奴らなんだから。むしろ俺たちは鬼退治をした正義の死ってことになるかな。
It's fine. Oh. It's fine. These are the people who sold their souls to a demon. If anything, that makes us demon-slaying heroes, doesn't it? Demon-slaying? They call this demon-slaying? I see. These people are the sect that came to Onikafuchi recently. I was concerned with the odd way they were looking at Oka and the others when I saw them the other day, but they don't know the terror of demons. That was why they attacked the Furude family, a supposedly taboo act that would invoke divine wrath, and did this to Oka.
それよりも本当にあるんだろうな、大宝。殿様も軍勢を構えてきた以上、言って何も見つかりませんでしただと、俺たちの命が危ないぞ。
Anyway, is it really a treasure? Feudal Lord's already prepared his forces, so our lives will be on the line if we come back empty-handed.
ああ、平気平気。巫女さんの後をつけてちゃんと確かめてきたからな。どうやらあのお社様の泉、鬼ヶ淵に秘密があるみたいだぜ。
Yeah, it's all fine. I followed the Miko first to make sure. Seems there's a secret in Oshiro-sama as well. Onikafuchi.
ま、それでなくともこの前の薬があれば、また大儲けできるって。
Well, even if there isn't, we still have the medicine from last time, so we can make another killing selling that. Huh?
しかしこの巫女さんも人がいいよな。ちょっと調子悪いふりしてたら薬をタダでくれるんだもの。それを隣村の病人に高値で売りつけてこちとら大助かりってか。
But boy oh boy, is this Miko too nice to her own good. All we had to do was fake a little illness for her to give us the medicine for free. Never thought we'd get so rich selling it off at a high price to the ill in the next village over.
今こいつらなんて。
What did they just say?
まあ、当てが外れた分、稼がせてもらわないとな。 みこしに乗せておだてておけば少しは恩恵に預かれるかと思ってたんだが。
Well, we'll have to make her work for the ones that were duds, because we thought we'd benefit from her if we let her play leader and flattered her.
みこしおだててだと
Playing leader and flattered her?
バカみたいにみんな仲良くなんて繰り返して、まあご立派なお考えだことで。もっとも俺たちは他の連中がどうなろうと知ったこっちゃないがね。
I guess it's an admirable mindset and all to keep telling everyone to get along like an idiot. Not that we ever give a damn what happens to those people on the other side of the mountain.
そうだそうだ、あいつらとは俺たちは違うんだ。なぜ俺たちには。
Yeah, that's right. They're not like us, and besides, we...
鬼が味方してるんだからな。
have a demon on our side.
誰が
Who?
誰が味方だと
Who did you say was on your side?
こんな奴らのために
For these lowlifes.
こんな猛邁で臆病で下劣で恥知らずで傲慢で嘘つきで野蛮で最低な醜い汚い儚いゴミ生物のために私は
For these ignorant, cowardly, vulgar, shameless, arrogant, lying, savage, wretched scum, I...
私
Me?
王が
Me and Oka were... Oka was... Get ready to be just... wrecked.
Oi.
Hey, what's wrong? He suddenly stopped moving and opened his mouth on the spot. And the moment his shoulder was tapped... Roll. Something like a stone mass fell to the ground with an oddly dull sound and rolled at his feet. The other man looked down to see what it was and found a human face. And then... Dark red blood spurted out like a small geyser and poured down on the faces and bodies of the men around. Standing on the other side of the headless body was none other than... A demon! There's a demon here! Gurg.
貴様らが
You bastards!
助けて
Save us!
貴様らが王家を私の王家を
You bastards! Harmed Oka! My Oka! Die!
貴様らに生きる資格など私が認めない
I deny your right to live.
貴様らに生きる権利など私が与えない
I revoke your privilege to live.
死ね人間どもよ
Die, you humans.
死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね
Die. Die, 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 die! Well. When I came to, my surroundings were engulfed in flames. Leaves burned and scattered into black ashes that danced in violent gales of blazing heat. Flowers turned to charcoal, and where thick foliage once stood was now wreathed in crimson hellfire from the lowest depths of hell. And as for the earth, it was mantled with countless rivers of blood and a sea of unidentifiable corpses, leaving the ground only visible through what faint gaps lay between. I swung my hand, shaking off the blood splatter that manicured my extended claws, and then I turned around to face the three brave, no, foolish warriors pointing swords at me, and approached them one step after another in the chorus of my feet rubbing against the gravel. Stay away! Stay away! The men in front of me slowly backed away in rhythm with my own steps, their swords and bodies shaking. They probably assumed I'd chase them and cut them down if they turned their backs to me. It was quite admirable. They were shedding large drops of sweat, clearly not induced by the man's heat, yet still focused their fearful gaze on me. Surely would have been effective if I were a bear beast, but I was no beast, and like the god they spoke of every day, I held little mercy. I closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye, thrust my claws at the three soldiers, and skewered each and every one of them without hesitation. One in the throat, and the one opposite of him in the heart. The final one, a man who had taken a mere 2 steps back further than his companions, instinctively tried to turn around, but I seized that moment to pierce his medulla oblongata down to the base of my fingers. The three fell to the ground and stopped moving without another word. My hands were already sticky with blood, dulling the sharpness of my claws when I mowed them down. Still, these slender claws were sharper than any weapon they possessed, meaning I could easily penetrate their fragile skin virtually effortlessly. Oh. Oh, did you see that? Hiya! How many people are there left? I tried to remember how much of my prey remained as I caught my breath, but I soon realized it was futile and gave it up. In the several hours since this began, I could remember I killed at least 5 commanding officers, the leader of which I had defeated with little effort just a few minutes ago. It was only natural to scramble to flee after losing your commander, but the majority of the forces they had sent were currently in retreat, leaving only a few stragglers in this area. There was no need to seek further prey now that the enemy had lost their will to fight, and once their numbers piled up again, their doom was sealed. Suddenly, a large tree near me started creaking from the roots and leaning before eventually falling to the ground with a loud crash. I gave it a blank look of no interest, then made my way through the thicket and arrived at high ground that served as a good vantage point. The moonlit village was speckled with the flickering of torchlights. Just a short while ago, they displayed unbroken unity and coordination, as well as vast numbers until they came here. But now there was less than half of the torches I saw earlier, grouped up awkwardly here and there with no conformity. Pitiful. I looked down upon the pandemonium scornfully, my heart cold enough to give even me shivers. They brought this on themselves with their curiosity. God smote them with divine punishment for their overabundant greed and pride. Indeed, right now, at this very instant, I was their god. Ah, she's so cool sometimes. It's cool to be a punishing god. Save me! Demon! There's a demon here! Whoa, good. Fire. Everything was burning, swallowed by flames that could reach the heavens. I witnessed the crimson lotuses from hell blossoming, and those who desperately fled from its menace. I heard screams and sobs, as well as the roar of homes and storehouses collapsing to the flames. The creatures of this world particularly feared fire. That was proof their culture and intelligence level was very immature. Since I'd gone down to the settlement, I'd expected someone brave or foolish wielding a sword or something to face me. However, it seemed they were prioritizing their own protection above all else, and thus were in no state of mind to be doing otherwise. I just had a thought. What if Oka sees this and faces Hanyu in a fight? Oh my, I'm predicting correctly. Ooh, ooh, oh, that's gonna be dope. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Suddenly, my eyes turned toward the shadow of a building. A mother, most likely late in evacuating, was carrying her small daughter and shivering as she looked at me. Her eyes swayed with fear and hatred? But was it because they were weak that they had failed to understand that hatred alone was not enough to take on a foe? Yes, the weak should know their place. They should reflect long and hard about their own foolishness, and allowing themselves to ruthlessly hurt their fellow man out of desire for things beyond their reach, and whether that can be forgiven. In hell, the world after death you all speak of. Kya? Yeah, those are some good laughs. Having mostly cleared away the stragglers, I leisurely walked straight down a path. Ah, I could hear something. Voices were approaching. The noisy sounds were gradually replaced by human voices. Their words were all likely those of grief, fear, desperation, and despair. I didn't need to bother straining my ears to hear them anymore. It was only natural they'd be like that when their only escape route, the bridge connecting Onigafuchi village to the adjacent village, had collapsed. The more they thought they were saved, the greater their despair when they were driven to death. I wondered what kind of faces they were making when faced with the deep ravine. When I thought that, something like rapture seethed in my heart, and I smiled bitterly.
結局私は鬼か。
So, in the end, I'm a demon, huh? I thought I'd abandoned all my emotions, yet my blood raged in desire of prey. No matter how much I tried to smooth things over, no one would believe me when they saw my claws and fangs suited for battle. Not even Ouka, surely. I felt a little lonely when I thought that. Even so, this was the only path I had left. That's right. I'm sure Ouka will understand. She should understand. I suddenly stood up and strained my ears. The screams had gotten a lot quieter. Wait, unless I'm maybe mistaken, and I totally could be, and it's been such a long time, but in some of the advanced arcs and console arcs that we'd read in the past, wasn't there a flashback maybe to this exact moment? And is that, maybe we wouldn't have known it now, but like, maybe we're supposed to maybe be piecing it together, that flashback, like some random ass flashback that we got in one of those console arcs previously, was it maybe detailing this, and now we're seeing the story surrounding that, maybe? Maybe. The screams had gotten a lot quieter. I could hear miserable sobs in their place. But maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'm quite frequently wrong, so... have they finally given up? No, they're probably still offering prayers that will never be answered, desperately wanting to cling to something. So be it. I'll hear you out. I am Oishiro-sama, the supreme god you ignorant, cowardly, insignificant lowlifes worship. Now pray and repent. For your conceited actions, your foolish thoughts. Do so, and I will at least begin granting death to those who fervently pray for as little pain as possible. Though there shall be no respite from your pain. Ah! Now then, the festival is almost over. What death shall I grant to those huddled and trembling in fear? Just as I thought that, and smirked while licking my lips, a human presence stopped behind me. I sensed bloodlust. No, that's not what this pure sensation was. Assuming it was one of the soldiers from the hunt, I turned around. I had only halfway turned my body. What? I was frozen. I couldn't move. Yeah, see, I was right. Ouka. There was no mistaking it. It was Ouka standing there. Backed by the flames of the burning village, wearing her tattered and filthy Miko robes. In her right hand, she wielded a dully shining sword. Ouka.
怪我は大丈夫なのですか?
Are your wounds alright? Not having expected her to have the strength to make it this far, first thing I did was inquire about her well-being. However, Ouka silently stared straight at me with a cold expression.
Ouka.
Ouka. Before long, Ouka's face warped in agony, perhaps from the pain of her wounds, and she fell to her knees. I ran over to her in a hurry as soon as I saw that. Are you alright? Oh. Huh? It happened in an instant. I didn't understand what had just occurred. No, that wasn't it. My brain was rejecting the reality before me. Aoka swung her blade at me. What? Blood poured from the cut on my cheek made from the sword's tip. It wasn't a major wound, and it didn't hurt. And yet, I felt a cold impact hit my head at full force. What are you?
あなたの
Your weak
弱点
your weak point. Aoka muttered that as she placed the blade of the sword on her palm, closed her hand, and bathed the tip in her blood. Then, the moment she lifted her head, she swiftly closed the distance and swung. What? I immediately readied my claws and blocked the blow. But my claws, which should have easily intercepted the sword, broke off like hard candy at the base when they collided, flew into the air, and pierced the ground. What?
同種の血は諸刃の剣
The same kind of blood as a double-edged sword.
体の硬質化を妨げてしまうからだったわよね
It prevents your body from hardening, right? The...
ほうかそれは
Oka, that's...
もう一つ
One more thing.
あなたの体を守る結界も同じこと
The same goes for the barrier, protecting your body. Oh, damn. I was claved diagonally and staggered as I held my unprotected right shoulder. Lukewarm yet vivid blood gushed out of my wound. An intense pain that threatened to render me unconscious rushed through my whole body. I was right. I remembered. Over 20 years ago, when I suffered an injury outside of a battle with a Griffiths. Right after I fought that bear at the swamp and injured my foot on a tree root thanks to a careless step. And the one who helped me back then was the father of the kind person in front of me. And his daughter was wielding a sword and injured me.
どうしてなのです、オーカ
Why, Oka? Oka didn't answer. She just silently stained her sword in blood and closed the distance as if she spotted an opening. Her brow looked slightly furrowed. I wanted to believe it was her pain surfacing.
オーカなぜなのです
Oka, why?
なぜ私に剣を
Why are you swinging that sword at me? I think you know. I think you know, Hanyu.
おかしいでしょ変でしょ
It doesn't make sense, does it? It's strange, right?
私はオーカのことが大好きだった
I loved you.
あなたの願いは何でも聞いてきた
I listened to your every wish,
無茶なことさえも
even the unreasonable ones.
あなたが危ない目に遭うと分かった時は力になりたいと言った
I said I wanted to help you when I learned you were in danger.
本気で思った
I meant that.
それなのになぜ
So why?
人は
Humans. Oka quietly readied the sword in both hands, blood still pouring from her palms. I could tell from the aura in her dark eyes she intended to defeat me with her next strike.
人はね鬼と住むことはできないの
Humans cannot live with demons. What? Tough. Even so,
夢を見たわ
I had a dream.
あなたと私の家族と楽しく過ごす夢
A dream where I had fun with you and my family.
娘もきっとあなたのことを大好きになると思った
I believed my daughter would love you for sure.
だって私があなたのこと
Because I
大
loved you.
好きだったから
Because I loved you too. Her eyes were faintly, no, clearly, blurry with tears. I didn't understand. Why was she looking at me with such sorrow? I have the most fun when I'm with you. You said that. You said that to me with a smile, Oka. So why?
どうしてあなたはあんな奴らをかばうのです
Why are you protecting those low lifes?
奴らはあなたを騙した
They tricked you.
それどころかつけ込んで利用しようとした
Not only that, they tried to use you and take advantage of you.
それだけで万死生きるに値しない
They don't deserve to live after that.
しかも奴らはあなたとあなたの家族を
They ravaged you and your family.
こ 殺されて当然なんだ奴らは。
They deserve to die.
私とオーカの思いを時間をめちゃめちゃにして
They trampled on our feelings and the time we spent together.
生きていても益はない最低最悪の生き物だ。
Nothing benefits from their proliferation. They are the lowest forms of They are the lowest form of creature there is.
いや生き物と同列に扱うことすらおぞましい。
No, it is revolting to even consider them in the same category as creatures.
害を吐き散らかしてこの世のありとあらゆるものを食い散らかして蝕むゴミだ。
They are trash who leave havoc in their wake and devour everything this world has to offer like gluttons.
そうでしょオーカ。
Isn't that right, Oka?
そうよ。
Yes.
でもね、羽生。
But, Hanyu. Large teardrops spilled forth from Oka's eyes.
私もその最低最悪の生き物なの。
I too am one of those lowest forms of creatures.
ゴミなのです。母様。
Am I trash, Mother? Damn. She knew? She dealt with me knowing about the circumstances of her birth from the very start. I mean, I kind of called that, right? She kind of was hinted at slightly.
違う。
You're wrong.
オーカは私の。
I'm not your...
違わない。
I'm not wrong. Eventually, Oka slowly, ever so slowly, looked up and smiled.
そしてこの惨劇を生んだのは紛れもない私。
And there's no question I brought forth this tragedy.
私が母様に無理なお願いをしてしまったから。
Because I made an unreasonable request of you, Mother.
母様を頼ってしまったから。
Because I depended on you.
そんなの。
That's not... I wrung out my shaking voice. I wanted to deny it. The happy time I'd gained in this world, meeting Riku, and giving birth to Uka. What a tragic end. I couldn't accept that they are linked to this tragedy. By no means could I accept it.
だから裁かれるべきは私。
So, I am the one who should be judged.
そしてこの村への最悪を守るためこの命を投げ出すのがフルデの家に生まれた者の定め。
And to sacrifice one's life in order to protect this village from disaster is the fate of those born of the Furude family.
なんでそうなるのですかオーカ。
Why? Why does it have to be this way, Uka? You're wrong. You're wrong, Uka. A fate like that doesn't suit you. You should have had the right to live a happier life.
だから
So, Uka thrust the tip of the sword out, readied herself, and then...
かかってこい
Bring it on!
この化け物。
You monster! Oh. Oh, no way. They're cutting the transition there. Damn. How
な
dare
ん
they?
だって
What?
橋が落ちてるだと。
The bridge has collapsed?
はい。このままでは向こうの村への避難は不可能です。
Yes. At this rate, it'll be impossible to evacuate to the neighboring village. Hyogo panted as he ran over to Mao and informed her of that. He was taking the lead along with Azuma in evacuating the villagers, but had quickly returned after the unexpected emergency.
冗談じゃない。村を脱出できる経路はもうこの道しか残っていないんだよ。
You're kidding me. This is the only road left out of the village, isn't it?
どうしましょう、マオ様。このままではみんな。
Oh, what do we do, Mao-sama? At this rate, everyone will...
落ち着きな。あんたはうちの州一番の強胆が自慢なんだろ。
Calm down. You're proud to be the bravest of the bunch, yeah?
つまんないことを口にするんじゃない。
Then now's not the time for bitching. Mao shouted that, but deep down she was struggling to hide her own panic. Onigashima village had been nearly wiped out from a demon attack 25 years ago, back when Mao was a little girl and not a member of the village yet. Back when she'd heard about it from the elders, she snorted and said she'd exterminate the demon herself. But now, she'd already thrown away such appearances and pride, and it was taking all her power to gather the villagers fleeing in fear. If we stay stranded here, it'll catch up to us. Split up and look for any byroads near the mountains. Even an animal trail will do. Yes, ma'am. Just then, there was a shout from up ahead, and the maelstrom of screams rapidly worsened. What's wrong? What was that voice? It seems someone jumped to their death. Everyone's losing their minds in fear. Be fine. You do what you can to calm down the people up front. It'll be over for real if we all lose our heads. Yes, ma'am. Everyone, stop! It's a dead end up ahead. Wait a little while until we find another route. No, that can't be. You're kidding me. What are we gonna do if the demon catches up to us? We're doomed. We're all gonna die. The villagers all wailed as they broke the line and tried to go forward. Mao desperately comforted them, encouraged them, and occasionally ordered her subordinates to resort to violence to quell the chaos. Calm down and listen up! You call yourselves the people of Onigashima? The village already survived a demon attack? When you're killed by a demon, the only difference is if it comes sooner or later. Get a grip and believe in your own destiny. Mao-san. I want to run away just as much as the rest of them. Mao thought that to herself as she yelled, and looked down at her young son, who was fearfully clinging to her kimono. If it means my boy can be saved. It wasn't like she hadn't had cowardly thoughts about doing something inhuman to save him, like sacrificing the entire village to attract the attention of the demon and finding another way to escape in the meantime. But even if they did survive by some chance, what would she tell her son? Admit she committed the heinous and shameless act of sacrificing many to survive? Then how could she ever question the morality of her son in the future when she'd given in to such temptation? Children grow by watching their parents. One who commits evil has no right teaching virtue. That dignity of hers as a mother was the one thing barely keeping her reasoning and endurance tied together. Mao-san! Is Mao-san there? Just then, Shino, who was supposed to be escorting the villagers fleeing in the rear, frantically came running over. She'd probably come to ask what they were going to do about the collapsed bridge, but it wasn't like Mao had any ideas either. So Mao turned around, annoyed, and let her irritation get the better of her before she even heard Shino. What is it, Shino? Save it for later. Trouble. You've got big trouble. Yeah, I know. The bridge is out. But how's the mayor supposed to instruct the villagers when she's panicking? Anyway, we're looking for another way out, so go back and calm down the other... Has Oka come this way? Huh? Mao, who had been trying to drive away the prattling Shino, stopped thinking the moment she heard that unexpected question. What Shino had come to ask about wasn't the bridge, but Oka's whereabouts. I haven't seen her around here. Isn't she with your group? Do you think I'd come all this way to ask if she were? I figured she might have regrouped with you, so... What? Even Mao froze and widened her eyes in shock when she heard that. Oka wasn't with them, with either of them? She had a strong sense of responsibility, so she should have been helping lead the evacuation. So both Shino and Mao assumed she was doing some kind of work in the other's group. And yet, she wasn't? Oka! Fuka! Shoji! Anyone! Answer me if you're there! I already looked.
こっちの集団にもうちの連中をあちこち手分けさせて自分の目でも何度も確かめたわよ
I split up the two groups to check and checked myself over and over again.
でもいないのよどこにも
But she's nowhere to be found.
まさか
No, don't tell me. The worst possible scenario came to Mao's mind. She'd been panicking when they evacuated. She'd been entirely focused on leading the villagers and escaping. And so, that's why. How careless she was to assume her dear friend was okay and not confirm her safety.
もう一度しっかり探そう
Let's take another hard look.
ひょっとしたら単純に見落としだってことも
Maybe you just overlooked her or something. Just then,
大岡様なら古出神社に
Oka-sama's at Furude Shrine. What? Huh? A trembling young man fearfully confessed the truth to the both of them. Though they were so shocked they were stupefied, they carefully listened to every word he had to say. It was then that they first learned that some of the villagers had gone a rampage searching for the location of medicine and intruded on Furude Shrine to harm Oka and her family. Then, this was Oshiro-sama's curse? Was he saying that a demon had attacked his village once again? Because the villagers had forgotten they owed their lives to Oshiro-sama and forsaken him in their by greed? Yeah, see, I got tripped up there because it didn't make that part of the sentence didn't make sense. And forsaken him in there by greed? In there by greed? I think that by is just supposed to take out. Then, did that mean Oka, who served Oshiro-sama as the representative of the villagers, was the one who took the brunt of Oshiro-sama's wrath?
なんでそれを早く言わないんだ
Why? Why didn't you mention this sooner?
私は止めたんです。きっとお社様のたたりがあると。でも反対するなら殺すとまで言われて、それで。
I tried to stop them. I told them Oshiro-sama would curse us, but they said they'd kill me if I opposed them, so...
そんなオカ
No. Oka! Oka!
シノさん待って
Wait, Shino-san! Shino darted around and tried going back the way she came, pushing her way through the crowd. Mao quickly caught up to her and restrained her with the help of several nearby villagers. Let me go! I'll bring Oka and her family here.
ダメだシノさん
Shino-san, don't!
今戻るとあの火の海の中だよ
There's
あんたも死んじまう
There's a sea of fire waiting back there. You'll die too.
じゃあオカは
Then what about Oka?
ワオさんあの子を見捨てろって言うの
Are you telling me to abandon her? When she heard the word abandon, Mao gasped, feeling like her heart had been gouged out. Like hell. Like hell I'd want to abandon my best friend, the girl I care so much for. That kind girl who accepted me when I was lonely after the rest of the villagers rejected me. She helped me get back on my feet when I fell into despair after my husband's death. She stuck up for me just the other day about the theft, even though it meant defying her mother-in-law. She's my best friend, my sister, the one I trusted most. I want to go save her too. I want to go back to the village and save her and my Man, I'm struggling reading. I'm trying. I want to go back to the village and save her and her family, even if it costs me my life. I can't abandon her. No way in hell. But now, it's too late.
シノさんいや村長
Shino-san. No, Mayor.
今戻ってももう間に合わない
You'll never make it in time, even if you go back now.
頼む分かってくれ
Please understand.
ハオさん、
What? Mao-san?
シノさん。
Shino-san. There was a loud creak. Mao gritted her teeth so hard she nearly shattered them as she forced herself to speak. This wasn't her personal feelings speaking. This was a bitter decision she made as the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the 3 families who held responsibility for the entire village.
あんたと私はこの村を率いる御三家の人間なんだ。
You and I are members of the 3 families who command this village.
だから私たちにはこの村の人たちを守る義務と責任がある。
So it's our duty and responsibility to protect these villagers.
若年で年季の浅い私でもわかるんだ。そのくらいあんただって理解しているんだろう。
I understand that even though I'm young and inexperienced, so surely you must too.
冗談じゃないわ。
Don't give me that.
村長だとか御三家だとか、そんなこと知ったことじゃない。
Doesn't matter if I'm the mayor of or a member of the 3 families.
あの子は、あの子の家族は、私の大切な家族なの。
Oka. Oka and her family are my own dear family.
その家族を守ることを一番に考えて、何が悪いというのよ。
What's so wrong about wanting to protect your family first and foremost?
シノさん、
Shino-san,
約束なの。
I made a promise.
私は大切な親友から、リクと羽生から、あの子の未来を託されたの。
My beloved friends, Riko and Hanyu entrusted her future to me.
そして、あの子が幸せをつかむのを最後まで見届けるって、二人の母性に誓ったのよ。
I swore before their graves I would see to it that she remained happy until the very end. That was the least Shino felt she could do to atone for them. Since she couldn't protect her parents until the very end, taking care of Oka for life was her penance. She knew full well that what Mao said was absolutely right. But how could she ever face Riku and Hanyu if she abandoned this duty? What excuse could she make? That was what mayors were for to begin with, so Shino couldn't afford to budge on that.
私はもう大切な人を見捨てることはしない。絶対に。
I'll never abandon those I love. Never again.
もう一度見捨てるくらいなら、私はあの子たちのそばで死ぬことを選ぶ。
If it means abandoning someone again, then I'd rather die with them.
だからどきなさい。どいて。
So move. Move aside.
そこをどけ。
Oof. I can't do that. My throat not survive that. Out of my way! Mao bit her lip as she stomped up to Shino, who'd abandoned her normal composure and fallen into a frenzy. Then she stood in front of that woman who was trying to shake off her subordinate's grips and...
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Oh. Mao punched her hard in the solar plexus. Shino groaned from that unexpected blow to her vitals and passed out, crumbling to the ground.
魔王様。
Mao-san.
シノさんを運んでやって。
Carry Shino-san.
しかし、このままではシノさんが起きた後、魔王様が。
But at this rate, once Shino-san wakes up, she'll
殺されるくらいのことはされてやるさ。
have my head. I know.
でもこの人はこの後の鬼ヶ淵村には必要な人なんだ。
But she's necessary for Onigafuchi Village's future. Mao said that, bowed to Shino, and turned around. Then she picked up her son and kept moving forward. If this hell was Oishiro-sama's curse, there's something we can do about it. Our only choice is to accept it. There's nothing we can do about it. Did I say there's something? I think I said something. It's nothing. But that doesn't mean we can fall into despair. Absolutely not. It's my duty to protect the village and the villagers Oka loved and tried so hard to protect. I'll gladly let the world call me a cold-hearted bitch, so long as I can fulfill that duty.
そうさ。この後は私が作ってみせる。
That's right. I'll create the future of this aftermath. That was the least Mao could do to repay her close friend. And it would be her atonement. Alright, I'm gonna take one more BRB here. I gotta stretch real quick. I'm gonna get some more water and stuff. So, give me a few minutes. We will, I think, conclude the story here in a bit. Give me just a couple minutes. Nice music. Alright, I'm back. So sorry about that. I was so hungry that I had to like raid my fridge for like the quickest of bites while while I was doing that. Alright, let's finish it, yeah? Okay, she somehow managed to parry the full powered claw strike. But the blow was so ferocious that Oka's small body couldn't take it and was blown away like a wood chip. Oka fiercely clashed into a wrecked building and somersaulted on the ground. She tried to get up on instinct, but her legs wouldn't listen to her. No, that was far from her worst problem. Ah! She hacked up something from inside her chest. Ew. It was a spray of fresh, crimson blood. It was from her suddenly labored breathing. Her dimming line of sight, and the accompanying dizziness that Oka realized she'd broken her ribs and damaged her lungs. Despite that, she desperately staggered to her feet and took a deep breath. Her ribcage swelled with the air and fortunately dislodged its tip from her lung. Oka's sense of astonishment won out over her fear as she heaved her blood-stained breath and turned back to face the demon in front of her baring its fangs. So this is a demon's power? They were different. They were far too different. Its power, speed, and skill were on a whole different level. It had literally only suffered damage at the very start. They'd exchanged dozens of sword strikes since, but she'd never managed to strike the demon once. She'd called it a monster with the intention of saying farewell, but now she could find no better expression to describe the overwhelming advantage it possessed. Grrr. The demon let out a growl devoid of all reason as it slowly closed the gap between itself and Oka. Oka thrust her sword and encouraged her aching body as she turned toward the sharp glare and waited for an attack. Mother? Oka couldn't help but mutter that when faced with the creature's horrifying, twisted form distorted beyond all recognition, which the demon saw as its chance to kick off the ground and charge at her. It raised its arms and brought down its claws in one swift motion. Oka twisted her body out of the way in the nick of time and used the recoil to swing her sword to the side. But even though the demon was but a hair's breadth away, it barely dodged the blow and let out a howl not of this world. It was a blood-curdling roar that felt as though it could crush a heart. Oka flinched when she heard that from up close, but felt a bloodthirsty blade on her shoulder right after, and immediately threw herself forward. At that moment, a shockwave that seemed to cut through the wind was released, followed by a searing heat that enveloped Oka's shoulder. The wet sensation turned into numbness, and her left arm quickly became as heavy as lead. Oka tried to fill her dangling arm with strength to lift it, but that only served to rack her with pain so intense that she dropped her sword and held her shoulder. Blood gushed out to the beat of her heart. It stained her left sleeve red and caused the fabric to stubbornly cling to her skin. Her vision grew darker and darker in tandem with that, nearly blinding her entirely. Her consciousness was fading. Her legs lost their strength. Oka collapsed to the ground, falling to her knees, but barely managing to raise her head to look forward. Grr, grr. The demon still wasn't letting up the deadly shockwaves emanating from its body. Even though it was bleeding heavily from the wound it got before it went berserk, its breath was ragged yet fierce, while its face was distorted yet not in pain. Am I really no match? I won't kill you. Not here. Not yet. And then, the demon spoke like a human for the first time, as it arrogantly approached Oka step by step. You are no longer my friend. Least of all my daughter. Now that hurts. That's You are merely my enemy. A worthless and trifling sacrifice that only exists to be hunted and slain by me.
私を化け物と呼び、私を裏切った罪。
But even
万死にてもあがなうことかなわぬ。
but even death is not enough to atone for the sin of betraying me and calling me a monster.
ゆえに、私はお前の守るべきものすべてを引き裂き、砕き、潰し抜いた後に殺してやる。
As such, I will first tear, crush, and destroy everything you hold dear, and only then will I kill you. What?
お前が死ぬまでのしばしの間、死よりもむごい後悔と苦痛に打ち震えて嘆き悲しむが私の願い。
It is my wish that you shiver and lament and regret an agony worse than death in the short time before I kill you.
そこで待っている。お前の前に親しき者どもの首を揃えて差し出してやろうぞ。
You have only to wait until then. I will present you with the heads of those you love. Faced with that cruel and heartless verdict, Oka instinctively leapt to her feet, widened her eyes as she grabbed her sword, kicked off the ground and swung. But the demon swatted away that desperate strike as if it were a mere child's play, and sent her small body flying away. Perhaps because she hit her head so hard, she couldn't stop her consciousness from sinking into the depths of the abyss. At this rate, is lying here all I can do, in the short time I have until I'm killed? Without protecting the villagers like my parents? Can I do nothing to stop mother's violence? God, this is also cruel.
魔王様、見つかりました。急斜面のアイロですが、なんとか通れそうです。
Mao-sama, we found one. It's a narrow path on a steep slope, but we should be able to get through it.
よし、うちの若衆に縄を持たせて先に登らせな。
Good. Have our men take some ropes and climb up first.
逃げない命知らずを選んで村の連中を一人でも多く上に行かせるんだ。
Choose daredevils who won't flee and have them get as many villagers up as possible.
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
お許しを、お社様、お許しを。
Forgive us. Forgive us, Oshiro-sama.
助けてくれ。死にたくない。
Save us. Save us. I don't want to die. Oh, God. I could see them. The villagers desperately fighting to survive. The faces of those dear to me, doing everything in their power to grasp their future. That's right. It was the same with me. It was the same for me, so I had to. Stop her right here now. On your feet, Oka Furude. Steel your heart and take up your sword. Abandon your kindness and doubts, and become a demon. Turn your emotions, reasoning, and instincts into blades of ice and fight, Mother. No, this demon. Because I still have precious people I need to protect. The demon turned around when it heard that shout akin to a roar, and faintly furrowed its brows it stared ahead with a keen gaze. There stood a miserable, pitiful girl, barely holding her sword in one hand, her whole body wobbling.
行かせはしない。
I won't let you go.
私の命に変えても。
Even if it costs me my life.
ほう。
Oh? They're really going hard with the music here, this last stretch here. The demon slowly turned to Oka and raised its claws again. Then, the moment its body appeared to sway,
ならば、もう少し深く味合わせてやろう。地獄の苦しみを。
then I'll give you even more of a taste of hell's agony. The demon charged at Oka and closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Oka drew her sword back a little, put all of her weight into her rear leg, standing at the ready with one foot forward. By this point, she was reaching her physical and mental limits, so she no longer had time to hesitate or consider holding back. Unless she slayed the demon right here now, she would die, and even her loved ones would be killed. She remembered what Hanyu had once told her, that swordsmanship required was a constant resolve to harm your opponent. And
月の時、一番命中しやすく効果的な場所はどこだと思いますか？
What do you think is the easiest and most effective location to strike in a thrust? I caught it when we got this tip just earlier in this stream. I was like, this is gonna come back. Obvious foreshadowing.
それはやっぱり胸とか喉とか
Well, I would have to say the chest or the throat?
いいえ
No.
誰しも攻撃を受けた際には反射的に急所を守ろうとするものです。
When you attack someone, they'll instinctively try to protect their vitals.
その時真っ先に動くのは手。
In that situation, the first thing they move are their hands.
そして攻撃の時にも当然手が主体となって動く。
And naturally, their hands are what primarily moves when they attack.
つまり手は攻守一体の器官で常に人の意図に基づいて無意識下で動きます。
In other words, the hands are the body's attack and defense organs, and are always unconsciously moving based on what you're thinking.
それで
And
しかしそれだけに人は手自体を守ろうという意識が薄い。
however, in exchange, people aren't very conscious about protecting their own hands.
故に攻撃を受けた際はそれから逃れたり防いだりする反応が他の体のどこよりも遅れてしまうものなのです。
Thus, when they are attacked, the reaction when it comes to defending their hands is slower than anywhere else in the body.
でも動いているものに攻撃を当てるのは難しいと思うけど
But I would think it'd be difficult to hit a moving target.
それでもその動きの軌道は途中で容易に変えることができないので予測点をつけやすいのです。
Even so, it's not easy for them to change their trajectories in the middle of an action, so it's easy to predict where they'll go.
だから突きの時はまず手を
So when thrusting, first go for the hands. The sword pierced through the demon's hands all the way to the other side of the blade. A fierce spray of blood gushed out right there, then staining the demon and Anuka's face crimson.
貴様
Damn you!
よくも
How dare you? Right then, the demon erupted with pain and hatred as it regained its stance and turned its head with a roar, only for its face to warp in surprise. Shudders welled from its throat as it stared right at Oka, standing in front of it.
それは
That's... There was no mistaking it. Oka was in the pose for the strongest technique the demon had excelled in before it had lost its sanity. She stuck out her left arm and pulled back her right elbow as if drawing a bow. She held the sword perfectly level in one hand and placed her left palm on the sharp tip. The blade was painted with speckles of fresh blood, and then, and if you're not imagining that here sitting at my computer I'm mimicking the same pose as it's being described, you'd be wrong. The blade was painted with sparkles of fresh blood, and then...
なぜだ
Why?
王か
Oka,
その目はその黄色の瞳は
those eyes, those scarlet eyes are... Impossible. It was impossible. I remember her showing me that stance before, but it was nothing but a mere imitation back then. I admit I couldn't help but admire her potential strength, but it was supposed to be a crude copy that would have never matched up to the real thing. So why? How did Oka know that? And that wasn't all. Why were her eyes a deep crimson, as though they were bloodshot? Those crimson eyes were supposed to indicate the worst and most violent sign that only a rune could possess. So why?
まさか
It can't be.
お前はあなたは鬼顔
Human. Oka, you've demonified.
母様
Mother. As for Oka, her wild and turbulent panting gradually eased up, and her limbs, which had been shivering, ceased their shaking as if to match her breathing. Her sword tip was pointed straight at the demon. The glint in her eye pierced the demon without the slightest tremor. Oka.
これ以上母様にあなたに人殺しをさせない
Mother. No, demon. I won't let you kill anyone else.
させるわけには
I can never allow it.
いかない
that coldly shining resolution in her eyes. Ouka's features briefly overlapped with a familiar person's face, then vanished. Those eyes held a strong will in them, just like... Don't! Those eyes were a splitting image of the person the demon had once loved and held dear. Would it have been for the best if he and I hadn't met after all? Was meeting him and marrying him all a mistake? And was giving birth to this child what spawned this current hell? The demon's heart rocked with regret, self-loathing, and despair, which mercilessly tormented it and tore it to bits. No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. I didn't want to accept it. Like hell I'd ever accept that those happy days were a mistake. So... Don't look at me like that! The demon charged at Ouka with a blood-curdling roar. It ran as fast as a gale, too fast for eyes to see, but Ouka clearly perceived every single movement. Sensing Ouka was striking head-on with all her might, the demon instantly changed its approach. Ouka was aiming for the demon's undefended chest. No, its arm. How naive! Ouka had a tendency to always aim reliably when practicing. She wouldn't let even the smallest of openings go, but would never strike if she sensed even the smallest possibility of a counterattack. In theory, that wasn't wrong, but this was an actual battle, a fight to the death. If you didn't take full use of advantages you found and take the openings you'd created, there was no guarantee you'd get another chance to attack. The resolve to make those decisions was the decisive difference between Ouka and the demon. The demon, having instantly predicted Ouka's unconscious safety measure, forcefully twisted its hand as it swung down, changing its trajectory. A moment later, Ouka's thrust vainly grazed through the empty air the demon would have originally struck. This is it. It's over. Huh? But Ouka followed up by taking one step forward as she rammed her raised left arm against the back of her blade. This caused the slowing blade strike to regain momentum and change from a thrust to a sideways slash, slamming hard into the disoriented demon's left arm and knocking it off balance. Though its reaction to the surprise attack had been slow, the blow to the arm didn't even come close to wounding the demon. So, it filled its repelled arm with strength and brandished its claws right at it as it was about to swipe them down. What? It was astonished. Ouka was at point-blank distance to the demon. She pulled back her sword arm at some point, twisted her whole body like a spring as she stood in the Turi Galkia stance again, and then...
Sayonara. Kasama.
Farewell, Mother. Oh, what an image here. Oh, God. Oh, the blade pierced the demon's chest and struck all the way through its back. Its limbs shivered as if it were convulsing, and a moment later, it coughed up a massive spray of blood. Why? Why wasn't I born a human? Why couldn't I become a human? Was defying fate my sin? Was wishing for these feelings to be granted my sin? Then, at the very least, I had to. Ouka. Ouka mustered her remaining strength and returned to Furue's shrine to escape the raging flames. Man. It's a bummer of a potential finale here. But since she didn't have the courage to check the state, she automatically headed further into the shrine grounds. And what she found waiting for her at the elevated cliff that overlooked the village was... a ruin. That was no longer the village Ouka knew. The flames that had spread almost everywhere were burning as strong as ever, dyeing the area of sinister scarlet. The moonlight illuminated wrecked houses and ravaged fields. The stench of smoke rode the wind and spread all the way over to her. The dirty dust clung to Ouka along with the heat. It was hell. What Oka was witnessing was undoubtedly hell. Oka shed tears and sobbed, unable to restrain her welling sorrow. It's my fault. My foolish and shallow thoughts and actions hurt and devastated Onigafuchi village and all its residents. Those regrets and sins tormented Oka and brought her to her knees. Oka had lost everything. Her husband, her daughter, and her mother. The only thing she had left to offer the lost lives and wounded people as compensation for her sin was her meager and fragile body.
私の命一つで償える罪ではない。
My life is not enough to atone for my sins.
だけど
But, as she muttered that, Oka took the breaking sword she'd been using as a cane up until now and turned it around. She then placed the tip to her neck, took a deep breath. If I could turn back time. If I could turn back time. Is it a Cher song reference? Would I be able to... Sorry about that. Shitty falsetto singing there. Would I be able to tell my past self off for her shallow ideas and tell her about the tragedy that awaited? Tragedies are always caused by fools who don't know the future. That's right. In the end, my powerlessness brought this on.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to so many people. Dear Shoji, Fuuka, Shino-san, Mao-san, the villagers I scared, all the people whose thoughts I clouded with greed, and father, and mother. Damn. I will say, as we probably get towards the end here of the story, this story definitely had an interesting beginning, as I was said previously, like I think in this arc, during this arc, like interesting beginning, and then its midpoint, or like first, like towards like the first end of the first third of the story, it was kind of like the whole, I'll say it, I mean, it's obviously, it's clear it's painting the whole, like the Riku Hanyu love thing and relationship building was obviously important towards obviously this ending here, and we had to kind of see the origins of that, but it dragged on just a bit. I think that's my biggest complaint of this story, is that the daily, you know, I mean, obviously there was the goofy parts to it about like the Miko outfits and all that, but I'm not even considering that. I'm just saying, like, even just like the budding romance between the two of them, I think dragged and made the story like a bit much. But I think it was worth it for like this back half and like this stream specifically. I think this has been an interesting stretch. Obviously, it's the climax of the whole story, but yeah, maybe worth it to see this part where you're like, oh, that some of that beginning parts was kind of like slow or not as interesting. Anyway, why? Why was I even born? To bring disaster to this village? Was I brought into this world to breed unnecessary greed and conflict? If so, then was my birth a mistake to begin with?
せめて浄土ではあの人たちにみんなに謝りたい。
At the very least, I want to apologize to everyone in the Pure Land.
そして今度こそ私は
And this time I'll... Oka muttered that as she closed her eyes, took her last breath, filled her sword with strength, and then...
そなたが死んでは
Oh,
何にもならないで
she's
あろう。
back. You bitch, you thought I was dead? Your death won't accomplish anything, will it? Oka's eyes widened, and she turned around in shock. The blood-stained demon was standing there. Dang. Oka trembled as she hung her head, clasping her hands in dejection. It wasn't unreasonable. She'd believed she'd confronted the demon with all her desperation and might, and finally slayed it once she'd found the resolve to stab it. Yet, that demon was still alive. I felt her despondency and despair in my skin as I slowly approached her. And then...
すまなかったオーカ。
I'm sorry, Oka. Huh? Oka raised her head, and looked up at me as I knelt down in front of her. Her pupils were no longer scarlet, but rather jet black like black quartz. Once I saw that, I was able to rid myself of the last of my concerns and heaved a sigh of relief.
王か
Oka.
私のせいで優しいあなたを苦しめてしまったこと、もはやどれだけ詫びても足りないだろう。
It's my fault that your gentle heart suffered. No apology can ever make up for that anymore.
それでも私はあなたが好きだった。
But I loved you.
誰よりも大切に思い、そして幸せであってもらいたいとずっと思ってきた。
I held you dearer than anyone else and always wanted you to be happy.
母様。
Mother. Oka shed large tears and sobbed when she heard that. She's back. She came back to me. My dear, gentle friend who always took care of me. And my mother. My eyes blurred again from the warmth of those heartfelt emotions. But I no longer had the right to hug her. And, most importantly, there was no time. That sound effect always kills me. I don't care what the context is. Every time I hear that, like, ringing out or like that sound effect that this game does, for all the times it uses it, it always takes me out, and it makes me laugh inside so much. That ringing out, like, or like, I don't even know how to describe it. That sound effect is just... Can I get it if I play it again? No, you don't get it. Okay. It's just so fucking funny to me. It's that, and then also the door closing sound effect that sounds like a gun, like reloading. And I'm always like, oh shit. What? Mother.
構うな。
Don't worry about me. What?
私はもう死ぬ。
I'm going to die.
いや、死ななければならないのだ。
No, I must die. At that moment, I coughed up a sudden rush of blood.
急がなくては。
I have to hurry. I'd finally regained my sense of reason, but my injured body was rapidly regenerating, and I could feel my sense of self gradually breaking apart. I'd completely turned into a demon at this rate. Once that happened, I'd attack humans in search of more blood and flesh, and become an avatar of tragedy. There was no guarantee Ooka would be able to stop me. No, I'm sure she couldn't. She only had a little time left until her final chance to slay me was gone.
この世界に脅威となるものを残してはならない。
I mustn't leave any potential threats in this world.
竜として、そして王家の母としても、私は
Not as a Ryun, and not as Ooka's mother. The stolen all these memories had to be erased for all eternity. That was why I couldn't afford to die yet, so that Ooka could completely co-sign me into oblivion with her very hands. Mother!
王家。
Ooka.
私の最後の頼み、聞いてほしい。
Please, listen to my final request.
これを。
Take this. And then I presented Ooka with what I'd brought from the depths of the ritual storehouse. Chwing. Ryu, my trusted sword. My irreplaceable partner, who had once saved my life and slain many enemies. And now, it was the one thing that could end my life. It's so tragic. Dying at the hands of that Runuk and Ryu sword. Oh, no, what's that?
竜を鬼を狩る剣、竜王。
The sword that hunts Ryun, hunts demons. Ryu.
これで王家、私を切れ。
Use this to strike me down. What? Because I kept my vow to live on man's land as a human, I was allowed to become Riku's wife, and I admonished myself. So now that I'd broken that oath, I had to pay for that sin. Atone for my sins, co-sign the demons from this land to co-sign the demons from this land to oblivion with that punishment, and bring peace back to the village. That was the duty of the Furude family. I'd entrusted to Riku's father. To kill me, I needed someone who also possessed Ryun blood. In other words, it was only possible for members of the Furude family to slay me.
人の剣でリュウンをあなたたちの言う鬼を殺すことはできない。
Human swords can't kill Ryun. That which you refer to as demons.
だが私の剣竜王であればそれも叶う。
But it's possible with my sword. With Ryu.
使え。
Use it.
これを
Use it.
そして切れ私を。
And strike me down.
そん
No!
なこと。
I couldn't! Oka rejected it, shaking her head hard enough to dishevel her hair. I've lost everything. Just when I thought I'd have nothing left, my mother came back to me. And now, I was supposed to kill her again? With these hands? I couldn't. I couldn't possibly do that.
嫌です。
I won't!
私にはもう
I can't. I just can't.
王か頼む。
Oka, please.
もうあなただけあなたにしかできないのだ。
You're the only one left who can do this. I urged myself to stay conscious as I desperately tried to convince Oka. I knew well just how kind Oka was, and I was grateful for that. I'm sure I'd be crying tears of joy in any other circumstances. But that was no longer needed. It was futile.
あなたは私を恨んでいるかもしれない。
You may hate me.
こんな血とこんな運命をあなたに与えた私を憎んでいるかもしれない。
You may hate me for saddling you with this blood, with this fate.
それでもリュウはリュウンの血を引く者によってしか打ち果たすことができない。
But even so, only one with Ryun blood can kill a Ryun.
だからあなたに頼むしかないのだ。
So you're the only one I can ask.
親を葬り奉るのはこの務め。
It is a child's duty to bury and revere their parents.
あなたはそれをこの世界の断りだと言っていたな。
You said that was the law of this world.
ならばその断りに従って私を葬ってくれ。
So obey that law and bury me.
確かに私はそう申しました。
Yes, yes, I most certainly did say that.
申しましたが、ならばその親を殺して葬れとおっしゃるのですか？
I know what I said, but that's why you're asking me to kill my mother and bury her?
そんな断りなどない。聞いたことがありません。
There's no such law. I've never heard of such a law.
すまない。だが分かってくれ。
I'm sorry, but please understand. And with those words, I cut the mouth of Ryu's sheath and drew the sword to urge Oka to make up her mind. The gleaming blade reflected my horns. That single, utterly loathsome difference had brought all this misery. Even so, I hadn't passed them on to my daughter. That alone allowed me to remain thankful to God.
聞いてくれ王か。
Listen, Oka.
聞きたくない。聞きたくありません。
I don't want to. I do not wish to listen.
人は常に罪に溺れながら生きていく。
People live with their sins.
そしてそれを誰かに押し付けなければ生きてゆけない。
And they can't live without making someone else take the blame.
自分は正しい、自分は悪くないと言って他者に原因を求めようとする。
And they tell themselves that they're right, that they're not in the wrong, and try to find others to blame.
そしてその押し付けられる一人になりたくないからこそ互いに罪を押し付け合う。
And nobody wants to take the blame, So they shift that responsibility around.
そこで生まれいでた象徴が鬼。
A symbol that emerged from that is a demon.
人の世を乱す真の鬼というもの。
The true demon disrupting the world of man.
だからこそ私がそれを背負い人が払うことで人は人を疑い争う宿命から解放される。
So by bearing it myself, man may be cleansed, and mankind can be freed from their destiny of doubt and conflict. Right. When you took it back to its root, this conflict started because of the rampage of a select few people who wallowed in greed. There was indeed a part of me that wanted them to be made aware of their sins. But put another way, that was my own way of trying to shift the blame. So, they should no longer be blamed now that it had to come to this. Any further censure and accusations of blame would likely split the village in two. From now on, Onifuchi village would have to work together under Ooka and the others to create a peaceful land. It is for that reason that the cause of this tragedy should be entirely framed on the demon's rampage, so that no one would be blamed for their sins. That was my own form of redemption, to take responsibility for what I'd done. So let all the sins, the filth, the karma, and the curse come to me. Then attack me, purify me, wash me down the stream, and throw me in the swamp. A human will not do, so it is the fate of one not human to accept that role. That's right. If a human were made to bear it, then mankind would likely not be freed from the demon of doubt. Then that would paint over good intentions with malice, doubt, and hate others with non-existent wicked hearts, and destroy one another. I will be made an example of as the root of malice, to keep man from devolving into that worst-case scenario, and bring back their conscience.
私はこの世界の人ではない。
I'm not a human of this world.
そして角を持つのはこの世界の鬼の証で、その役目は人の世の最悪を引き受ける因果を背負うことだ。
And my horns are proof that I'm a demon of this world. A demon's job is to take on the calamities of the human world.
故に私はこの村に起きた最悪の元凶として撃たれ、欲によって乱れた人の心をこの身で払わなければならない。
Therefore, I'll be killed as a source of the disaster that struck this village, and must purge the hearts of all those humans led astray by greed and with my life.
私の使命、そして私のここにいる意味。
That is my duty, and the reason why I'm here.
そんなおかしいです。
No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
なぜ私たちの罪を母様一人が背負わなくてはいけないのですか。
Why do you have to take on our sins all by yourself?
そもそも人の罪は人の罪。私たちの罪も私たちの罪です。
People's sins are people's sins to begin with. Our sins are our own.
母様の罪では
They aren't
決してあ
yours.
りません。
They aren't yours.
そうでしょう。
Isn't that right? That's right. This tragedy came about because I relied on my mother. Much blood was spilled because I couldn't make up my mind before strife broke out. Man, if only they had listened to me, the voice of reason, from a stream ago. If only they said that that they listened to me saying it was a bad idea to go down this route. It's not mother's fault. It's mine. It's all my fault. Ooka said that and wept bitterly. Wept for the likes of me. She truly was a kind girl. She didn't live in hatred. She regretted and pondered her mistakes without averting her eyes from them, and then tried to improve on them. That was why Ooka needed to go on to lead the people. And if it meant providing the cornerstone of her future, then I'd gladly become a demon. I'd take on all the sins and responsibility, bear them, and then fade from this world as a demon, the symbol of hatred and resentment.
わかりませぬ。わかりませぬ、母様。
I don't understand. I don't understand, Mother.
母様には確かに隠せぬ角があります。
Mother, you have horns.
しかしながら角があるだけで人ではないと申されますか？
Are you saying that you aren't human just because you have horns?
人であっても角があればそうではないと申されますか？
That even if you are human, the horns make you non-human?
そんなの間違っている。
That's not right.
母様に角があろうとも私にとって母は人以外の何者でもない。
Horns or not, you're nothing but human to me.
鬼でも化け物でもない。母様は決して化け物なんかじゃない。
You're not a demon or a monster. You're no monster, Mother.
王か、ありがとう。あなただけがそう言ってくれる。
Oka, thank you. You're the only one who's ever said that. Even if everyone else calls me demon or monster, you'll still call me human. That's enough. That's all I need.
あなただけではない。
Please live.
あなたの娘、あなたを大切に思う人たちのために、あなたは生きてください。
Not just for yourself, but for your daughter. For those you hold dear.
それが私の願いです。
That is my wish.
いや
No. No!
このままでは私はまた鬼化して理性を失ってしまう。
At this rate, I'll demonify again and lose my sense of reason.
そうか。私が私を取り戻した今が最後の機会なんです。
Oka, this is your last chance while I'm back to myself.
私をあなたの母として生かせてください。
Please let me die as your mother.
母様
Mother?
悲しい思い出、辛い思い出。
My life has been full of sad and painful memories.
何度泣いて
I thought there was gonna be more. Sorry.
悔いたか。もうわからない。
I no longer know how many times I've cried, suffered, and regretted.
でもリクと出会い、彼を愛したこと、
But meeting Riku, loving him,
そしてあなたの母になれたことは、私はそれだけは後悔していない。
and becoming your mother are the only things I'll never regret.
本当に最高に幸せだった。
They truly were happiest times of my life. This is so sad. It's the same for me. Oka reached out her trembling arms, finally took Ryu from my grasp, and then
私も母様の娘に生まれて母様とこれまで共に過ごしてきて本当に幸せでございました。
I too was truly glad I was born your daughter. Got to spend all this time with you. Yes, this is all I need. Now that I've heard Oka say that, I can die. Thank you, Oka. And Riku. I think I can finally go to you. I may not have been a good mother, but I'm sure this time I'll be your good wife. Oh, God. Oh, my heart. Mi corazón. Eventually, Oka held Ryu at the end, her tears showing no signs of stopping. And then, although she shivered and hesitated over and over again, she quietly pointed the tip at my heart and got into a thrust stance.
刺した瞬間、私に続けて祝詞を唱えよ。
The moment you stab me, chant the invocation after me.
よいか
Ready? Runuk. Tourist Luva. Type 2.
トゥルイカルキアウェスティアビス
Turugakia Westiabis. Twin Earth Slice. Oh shit, this is so cool. Oka, I have one last wish after all the times I've messed with your life. Please, live. And don't turn out like me. Yes, Mother. I shall put an end to the world that allows these sorts of conclusions right here and now. And I'll surely create a world where no one is hurt. Where no one has to get hurt.
それはとても古い昔のおとぎ話。
This is a fairy tale from long, long ago.
ほんの少しの違いによって生まれたとある不思議な物語。
A mysterious tale created from the smallest difference.
誰かのために懸命に生きてきて、
The tale of the bonds of a family.
誰かのために懸命に生きようとした。
Who lived earnestly for others.
そんな家族の絆の物語。
And prayed earnestly for others. Morning had come. Morning was impartially peaceful, even to the ravaged remains of Onikafuchi village. I opened my eyes. I slowly rose to my feet and looked up to the sky. It was blue. Radiant sunlight shone forth from the cloudless ultramarine sky onto the earth. A clear breeze gently caressed my cheek. Just then, I felt something faintly dry on my skin and realized they were my tear stains. If this were a dream, if this were all just a bad dream, I would thank God with all my heart and rejoice over the start of peaceful days. But this was reality. The world I lived in, the world that couldn't be reset. The sword sticking out of the ground that I used in place of a cane still had the branching blades sticking out of its sides, and was stained a brass color. That shade was unmistakably the color of her blood. I wanted to believe that the fact it hadn't returned to its original form was Mother's final wish for me to never use this sword again. Huh? Just then, I saw two people coming from the direction of the shrine. One was small, the other was tall. Small and tall. They were... Mother? Oh, they're fine? There was no way I could forget. There was no way I could mistake them. They were my family. My dear and beloved husband and daughter. Oh. Oh. Mother! Mother! Fuka! Fuka!
よかったよかった無事で
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness you're alright.
オーカひどい傷大丈夫なのか
Oka, you're badly wounded. Are you okay? Yes. Yes.
あなたも生きて本当に
Your life. Your life too. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. According to Shoji, the villagers who attacked him had assumed he was dead after his lungs started bleeding and he stopped moving. Likewise, Fuka had been knocked unconscious from the savage beating and passed out, only to wake up a short while ago with her father in their living room that had survived the fire. Wait, had been knocked unconscious from a savage beating. Okay. Only to wake up a short while ago with her father in their living room. Okay. And...
Oka!
Oka. Is that you, Oka?
よかったみんな無事で
Thank goodness. Everyone's alive. Oka. Oka. Her loved ones rejoiced and cried as they ran over. When she saw that, Oka smiled. Sad, painful, and harsh memories that made her want to abandon everything weighed heavy on her small shoulders. But even so, she found herself smiling when she saw everyone. I've lost many things. I've let go of more happiness than I can begin to count. So, I want to always protect this happiness and everything I hold dear. And I want to create a world where sins are no longer wiped away through sacrifice. The utopia Mother dreamed of was a place where humans work together to support one another in body and mind. I swear I'll create it on this land. Then one day, when Mother's reincarnated into this world, she can come to that ideal village with a smile. That is the destiny of those born into the Frude family, into the three families. No, because I believe that is my duty as the inheritor of my mother's blood, the one who wished to truly love this land and its people.
母様
Mother,
私は生きます
I will live on.
大切な人たちが私を求めてくれる限り
As long as those I
精
love,
一杯
as long as those I love need me, I'll live with everything I have. I looked up to the heavens as if calling out to the one I could no longer see. Just then, Vuka gently wrapped her tiny hand around mine. The blissful dream had ended, and the cold reality had begun, but the light shone on everything all the same. Is that it? Oh shit. After this tragedy, Oka Furude was revered in Onigifuchi village as a savior, oh I gotta read fast, who slayed the rampaging demon that attacked the village, killing many. It is said that the feudal lord, fearing the fear of the demon's wrath would fall upon him, made no further access demands of the village. Furthermore, he entrusted the right to rule of the village as soon as I can community families took up a stance of non-intervention with the village functioned as shit! As a result, the three families gained even more influence of the village, due to the divine wrath they experienced and so to ensure demons would never right scan to Oka Furude offered up the no! Later known, stop! Every year after year afterwards, a festival will start after the initiative of the three families. Alright, you're just gonna have to pause and read it on your own. I'm gonna read it after the stream. Well, why is it going so fast? What do they expect? Me... What? Why was it going so fast for so much text? Hi. For fuck's sake, man. Tears in your eyes, seeing the ending of the story, and then it just barrages you with just walls of text moving at the speed of light for as much text as it is. Even if I was reading that in my own head by myself, I probably wouldn't be able to finish that. Some things never change. Some things never change. Ah. That was a good ending. Like I said, that ending stretch was nice and kind of made for the payoff there. Wow. Well, shit. I guess with that, we can confirm that there's, for me, personally, there's only going to be 2 more streams left of Higurashi. I determined what we're going to do, and I was hoping that we would be able to finish this today so that we know what's going to happen. So this VOD that you're watching now, potentially on like YouTube, right? This is going to go up on the 13th of October. Oh, so Monday. This will go up Monday morning. Just so that you have like a snapshot of like the timeline going on here. This VOD will go up on Monday morning. Sunday, so the day prior, if you're watching this on YouTube, the day it goes up. On Sunday, tomorrow, in the live, tomorrow live on Twitch, I'm going to read what is, let me find it. So the stream tomorrow, I'm thinking of cutting the stream here, where I'm just going to take back my night. It's been a weird day. Like I said, I woke up really late into the day already, and I've got to like make food and eat and stuff, and It just makes more sense to just call it a day here. But tomorrow, on Sunday, we'll probably first finish Ghostwire Tokyo. We have, I think, the final stretch, and I think that's going to be like 2 or 3 more hours to just see the finale of that game. So we're going to do that first. And then after, I think we'll read Higurashi, which I'm almost surely confident we can read in just one, stream. Obviously, you could probably guess potentially what some of the content is going to be. I'm sure it'll be a completely serious story. So we'll first finish Ghostwire Tokyo finale tomorrow. And then we'll read this. And that'll be Sunday. Those are the 2 main things we want to do on Sunday. I hopefully won't start too late into the day. So we'll start early enough. We'll have enough time to at least see Ghostwire Tokyo finale. And then this. And then the rest of Sunday, we'll probably either, depending on how much time is left, we maybe try to finish Consume Me. We maybe try to finish Sucker for Love. We maybe try to do just like one more post-game finale Silksong stream. I don't know. It depends on how much time is left and what we're feeling. And then Monday, it's really going to be try to finish what's still left. So if we don't finish Consume Me on Sunday, if we don't finish Sucker for Love, those are going to be the 2 main things we're going to want to finish by Monday. Right? And then Tuesday will be this epilogue. And it will be the last Higurashi stream on this channel. So we can actually count it out here, right? This is part 58. This what we're doing right now is 159. And then 160 will be tomorrow with this. And then so part 161 will be the last Higurashi stream on this channel. Kind of crazy to say after almost 2 years of reading Higurashi stuff on here. But I say all this because that will be on Tuesday night. So a regular Higurashi Tuesday night reading seems fitting. We will read the epilogue, whatever this is. I don't exactly know what's in the epilogue. I've been kind of holding off, but I don't think it's super long to read. And then we will read, or we'll do the all-important, right after that, the Higurashi all characters tier list that I found. And I will make my definitive ranking of the all Higurashi characters that no one is going to be upset about, just like my Umineko one. And that'll be Tuesday night. So I say that on the off chance that you see this stream go up on Monday morning, or sometime during Monday day, or Tuesday day before Tuesday night live stream, if for some reason you want to make that the Tuesday night stream, where we'll start with just reading the epilogue, and I'll say some things, obviously, and then do the tier list, that'll be on Tuesday night. And then, because it just works out so fucking perfectly, that'll be Tuesday night. Sometime late next week, either Friday or Saturday, we'll probably start with Silent Hill F, which is just the most natural transition from 3 years of reading Umineko and all of Higurashi stuff into the Ryukishi written slightly Silent Hill F game for Spooktober. And so that's kind of the plan here. So really, after today, the next 2 days are going to be cleaning up a lot of the things we already have on the channel, like I've previously laid out. Tomorrow we're going to start with finishing Ghostwire Tokyo. Shouldn't take more than a couple hours, I think. And then we go from there. We'll read this. This is probably going to suck. I'm going to be honest. I'm not looking forward to it, but I can't not read it at this point. So, and I think I mentioned this in a previous stream where I was like, it's kind of silly that, like, the order we took this in, like, we're ending with probably the most unserious things ever. But it is what it is. So that'll be tomorrow. Ghostwire Tokyo finale, and this, and then we'll see whatever time we have left for tomorrow. And then Monday really is cleanup day. It's a holiday here for me personally, so it'll probably be like an early afternoon start time on Monday. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Some finales, a string of finales for games that we've already started here on the channel, really. All looking forward to all that. So, thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed Kotohogushi as much as I did. 2 more Higurashi streams, and then it's done. We're swearing off Higurashi. There's nothing left to read. There's nothing left to experience. I've done too much. When I say that, I mean there's nothing left for me to experience personally. There's some far-reaching Higurashi content that like I'm just never gonna ever entertain. But yeah. Thanks so much for watching. Have a nice rest of your night. I'm gonna go get my chef on and make some food and enjoy the rest of my Saturday night. So until tomorrow, early, hopefully. See you in another stream.